to the assembly of distinguished guests, most prized delegates, and valued audience, people from print and media, ladies and gentlemen. I extend a hearty welcome to all of you to the 80th STI Convention and Sugar Expo 2022. As this convention is organized with the intent of active and interactive learning, we sincerely hope that the ideas and views shared during the convention will sow its seeds in the sustainable season ahead. I request Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti Madam, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, to please come on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti Madam. I request Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey Sir, Secretary, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, to please occupy his seat on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the dais. I request Mr. Ranjit Puri, Chairman, Saraswat Sugar Mills Limited, to please occupy his seat on the dais. Mr. Sanjay Avasthi, President STI, Professor Narendra Mohan, Director National Sugar Institute, Mr. Shivaji Rao Deshmukh, Director General VSI, Mr. R. Nanda Kumar, President SISTA, Mr. R. L. Tamak, Executive Director and CEO, Sugar Business DCM Shriram Limited, Mr. Narendra Savaikar, ex-Member of Parliament Goa, Mr. Ishwar Singh Patel, President Gujarat Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, once again I request all of you to please give a round of applause for the dignitaries on the dais. To Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa. He'll be arriving and joining us shortly. कंटिन्यू करूं? लाइटनिंग ऑफ लैम्प कंटिन्यू करूं? नहीं, पहले लाइटनिंग ऑफ लैम्प इन्होंने बोला था। आप जैसा सर ओके, फाइन 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 फाइन। Following the rich Indian tradition of Atiti Devo Bhava, we would like to welcome our dignitaries, our guests on this dais. I would like to request Mr. Sanjay Avasthi, President STAI, to please welcome our guest, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti Madam, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Rural Development, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti Madam and President STAI, Mr. Sanjay Avasthi. We can lighten up a bit of Goa mood, you know. Please show some energy, encourage the dais. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I request Sanjata sir to please stay back and welcome our guest, Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey sir, Secretary, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey sir and Mr. Sanjay Avasthi. Thank you, sir. I request sir to please stay back and welcome Mr. Ranjit Puri, Chairman, Saraswati Sugar Mills Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Mr. Puri. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. P.K. Belsare, sir, to please welcome our guest, Professor Narendra Mohan, Director, National Sugar Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. P.K. Belsare and Professor Narendra Mohan. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. P.K. Bilsare, sir, to please stay back and welcome Mr. Sanjay Avasthi, President STI. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, round of applause for Mr. P.K. Bilsare and Mr. Sanjay Avasthi. Thank you, sir. I request, sir, once again to please welcome Mr. Shivaji Rao Deshmukh, Director General, VSI Pune. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Deshmukh. And now I request you, sir, to please welcome Mr. R.L. Tamak, Executive Director and CEO, Sugar Business, DCM Shriram Limited. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. R.L. Tamak. Thank you, Mr. P.K. Bilsare, sir. You may please occupy your seats in the audience. Now I request Mr. Anup Kesarwani, sir, to please come on the dais and welcome Mr. Naren Suvaikar, ex-member. Oh, he's not here with us, what? He's here? Okay. Ex-member of Parliament, Goa. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Anup Kesarwani and Mr. Suvaikar. इन्हीं को कंटिन्यू करना है ना इशू से Thank you, sir. I request, sir, to please stay back and welcome Mr. Ishwar Singh Patel, President, Gujarat Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a round of applause for Mr. Patel and Mr. Anup Kesarwani. Thank you, sir. Anup, sir, I request you to please take your seats back. Thank you. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhanya sampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deep jyoti namustate. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity as sunlight expels the darkness of might. Similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this event a blessed one, let us invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For seeking the choicest blessings for the same, I invite all the dignitaries on the dais to please light the lamp of wisdom as we inaugurate this 80th Sugar Technologist Association of India Annual Convention and Sugar Expo 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the dignitaries on the dais.
शिशु है अज्ञानी माता, तीन चरणों का प्यार दे। तेरा पानी तार दे, तार दे, तार दे। माँ सरस्वती शारदे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे।
हाँ मेरे पास है तो भाई चेक कर। हाँ लाइफ टाइम
मूरख हम नहीं जाने जननी, पूजन वंदन ध्यान को। मूरख हम तार दे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे।
Hello, yeah. Thank you, dignitaries. I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Avasthi, President STI, Business Head, ISJEC Heavy Engineering Limited, to please come forward and formally address the gathering to the convention. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Sanjay Avasthi.
Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti, Honorable Minister for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Rural Development, Government of India. Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey, Secretary, Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. Mr. Ranjit Puri, Chairman, ISJEC Heavy Engineering and Saraswati Industrial Syndicate. Mr. Narendra Mohan, Director, NSI. Mr. Shivaji Rao Deshmukh, Director General, VSI. Mr. Nanda Kumar, President, SISTA. Mr. R.L. Tamak, Executive Director, CEO, Sugar Business, DCM Shriram. Mr. Narendra Savaikarji, ex-MP from Goa. Mr. Ishwar Singh Patelji, President, Gujarat State Federation, Cooperative Sugar Factories Limited. Distinguished guests, council members, and members of the association, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Sugar Technologists Association of India, I extend you a very warm welcome for the 80th Annual Convention and International Expo 2022 in the beautiful state of Goa. I thank the chief guest, distinguished dignitaries, and delegates for being our midst today for this important event. We are also expecting our dynamic Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, any time now. After a long gap of 3 years, we all were passing through the pandemic, and because of that, we were not able to meet physically to each other. And all the past 3 conferences were either virtual or hybrid mode. So this is a great opportunity that after 3 years we are meeting to each other and seeing in person. We can say that at this moment, because of the government policies, because the proactive industry's nature, technocrats, we are in a sweet spot, but the time never remains the same. Nothing is permanent, and that we have to understand. And all the scientists, technocrats, whosoever are here for the deliberations for next 2 days, they have to deliberate on the topic which we aptly kept for the sustainability and growth of the sector. What should be done? I always say from each platform that we have to increase our product basket. With sugar, ethanol and cogeneration, we should not stop. We should keep on adding bio-CNG, ethyl acetate, various furfural, other chemicals. We should keep on working on 2G ethanol to see that the government's mandate by 2025, 20% should also be fulfilled. At this moment, we are reaching towards 10%, and we all know that we have done a record production in the world, crossing Brazil, 36 million tons of sugar. 360 lakh ton हमने चीनी का उत्पादन किया है. After diverting almost 3.6 million ton, 36 लाख टन बी हैवी में डाइवर्ट करने के बावजूद, सोचिए अगर वो नहीं होती पॉलिसी, बायोफ्यूल पॉलिसी बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, मैडम सुधांशु सर की वजह से, तो ये स्थिति और भी दिक्कत में होती. और इसमें और जोड़ दीजिए कि 11 मिलियन टन, 110 लाख टन ऑफ द शुगर हैज़ बीन एक्सपोर्टेड. वो भी अगर हिंदुस्तान में ही होती तो 31 रुपये गवर्नमेंट के सपोर्ट प्राइस के बावजूद भी शायद इसे 22 या 20 रह पाना मुश्किल होता. सो इन दीज सर्कमस्टांसेस आई मस्ट से दैट गवर्नमेंट एंड ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हैव डन देयर जॉब. इट्स नाउ आवर ड्यूटी to see that how this sector should grow in a sustainable manner. We can make a specialty sugar, we make a lot of things from bagasse, and see that our product basket goes up. The sugar cane crop should become an energy crop, a biorefinery, and the complex should become self-sustainable. In this seminar, we are having S.N. Gundu Rao Memorial Lecture in the memory of Shri Gundu Rao ji, and this time it is being delivered by eminent, I must say, administrator, sugar technologist, engineer, whatever you say is less for him, Mr. Shivaji Rao Deshmukh ji, who is Director General of VSI. So he has a vast experience of the industry. Even when he was IAS, he was somehow linked with the sugar, because Maharashtra, even district magistrate, is also very close to sugar and sugarcane. So we will take a lot of benefit from his lecture. Another lecture which we have is Mangal Singh Memorial Lecture, which is also from a very eminent technologist, Mr. Vijender Singh ji, who is Executive Director and Deputy CEO of Shri Renuka Sugar. He has a vast experience and growth of Indian ethanol industry and learning from Brazil ethanol sector. He spent a lot of time. Renuka has some plants in Brazil also. So we will have hands-on experience of Mr. Vijender Singh on this subject. Apart from this, we have approximately 54, 55 papers which will be delivered in these 2 days. And you will have a lot of interactive knowledge with them. You keep on understanding what they have done, what good they have done in their factories, and take back home. Sorry. As we all know that we also take this opportunity to acknowledge work of the people who have done excellent job in this industry in past few years, or since their career growth was exceptional in this sugar, and they have contributed for this sector to grow the way it has grown. We give the awards, and these awards are in 3-4 categories. There are few gold medal for excellent services, like which we are giving to our own J.J. Bhagat Sahab, जो डायरेक्टर शुगर टेक्नोलॉजी मिशन रहे काफ़ी समय तक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ साइंस के, उनके ऑलमोस्ट मोर देन 50 ईयर्स, 5 डिकेड उन्होंने इंडस्ट्री को दिए और उनके काम को हम सम्मानित कर रहे हैं. Then we do give this award for lifetime achievement of the people, industry excellence award also we do give, and we also choose an Indian who has made us proud out of India, that is Pravasi Bharatiya, who had made us proud, and this year we are giving it to Mr. Bire Chatte Saab, who is MD of Kibo Sugar Kenya. He is among us today. So these are the awards. Now we all know that sugar industry and this whole sector is a very hard working sector. Round the clock factory works and people keep on going into the shifts, and the production is on. So we also kept arrangement for the entertainment also. Today evening we have in this stadium itself Amit Kumar night, where you will have musical program from him. So with these all words, I want to say that we have tried to package everything here, and the best part is that we want you to learn from MSME and this Expo what is best and new things are in the industry, what you can implement in your factories, what people have done, they will present through papers. You interact with them and take back a good learning from here. With these words, I end. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Ranjit Puri, Chairman, Saraswati Sugar Mills Limited, to please say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Ranjit Puri.
It's good you clapped before I started speaking. You may not be in the mood to clap by the time I've finished. Ladies and gentlemen, I attended my first STAI convention in 1964. And obviously, I can't help being so proud of the achievements that our technologist community has made in the last 58 years. Speaking of the factory, we extract at least 10% more sugar at the mills than we used to at that time. We burn at least 25% less fuel than we used to. If any of you can remember the sugar, you're probably too young. The quality of the sugar, you will be surprised that such quality sugar came on the market. Today we make refined sugar, we make good quality plantation white, we make demerara, we make farmer grade, you name it, we make it. And not only that, the mark of successful technology, we are the lowest cost probably of all the major producers in the world. We are the lowest cost factories in the whole world. Environmentally, there used to be a time when fly ash used to be all over the town. Our open pit molasses tanks used to overflow and go into whatever the water system was nearby. Today, we are probably the more environmental conscious industries in the country. The Indian sugar technologist is recognized and respected all over the world. My own company has exported to 41 different sugar industries, 41 countries, sugar producing countries in the world. India is number 42. Indian sugar exports, Indian sugar machinery exports are at least more than the next 3 countries put together. The Indian technologist, the Indian consultant is so widely respected. This is an achievement. I respect the Indian technologist. Another category of people I want to recognize is our sugarcane scientists. You know, many years ago I was in Pakistan, and their cane was diseased. And they were importing seed from Mauritius and Caribbean and everywhere else. And I thought to myself, Punjab, Pakistan has severe frost and loo in the summer. And Mauritius has a well-irrigated, well-drained, tropical, humid climate. Good luck. It's like trying to grow, I don't know, trying to grow turmeric in Himachal Pradesh or trying to grow cherries in Telangana. We don't recognize what a wealth and what a blessing we have in our agricultural scientists. New varieties keep coming. And of course, we remember the breeders most of all. But there are also, an army of entomologists and pathologists and soil scientists and geneticists, the whole lot who have contributed so much to the prosperity and the growth of our industry in my own working lifetime. For example, heat treatment of seed was pioneered by, just to give you one example. But the real respect I have and the real change that I have seen is by a third category of people, and that is our frontline cane staff, factory cane staff. In the frost of winter, in the loo of summer, in the middle of a sugarcane field, in muddy monsoon weather, they face hostile farmers because very often there is conflict between the farmers and the factory, particularly when there are sugarcane arrears. And yet they keep going. I've seen small farmers outside India. I've seen a traffic jam at the cane yard entry. And I was told that some sugarcane has been standing there for 1 week. I have been in another country. I've seen sugarcane being bought by the factory, which was reeking like a distillery used to reek in the old days. It doesn't anymore. Our frontline cane staff is faced with tens of thousands of farmers per factory. In Australia, the biggest factory has 60 or 80 farmers. In Brazil, South Africa, mostly they have their own farm. The farmers plant when they want to, within limits, of course. They plant what they want to, again, within limits, of course. They irrigate when they want to. They do plant protection when they want to. They own their own fields. And yet, we manage to get reasonably fresh sugarcane, reasonably all the time, very few cane outages. The quality of sugarcane improves. Diseases remain under control, not as much as we would like them to be, but still they remain under control. Pests remain under control. And this, when they're working in a difficult, physically difficult, and sometimes emotionally hostile environment. So, in these 58 years, what I have seen, I respect the sugarcane technologists, factory technologists. I honor our agricultural scientists, but I salute the frontline sugarcane staff. This is what I have seen in 58 years. Now, in the next 58 years, I won't be around, but I'm sure that we will reach limits that we cannot even dream of today. Thank you for listening to me, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. We are expecting our chief guest any moment. This moment, we have now the release of various publications of STI. First, we have the proceeding of 80th Annual Convention, having complications of 54 quality research papers from various professional sections. Second, we have the release of Directory of Sugarcane Factories, Refinery and Distilleries in India, Nepal and Bhutan for the year 2021 and 2022. And third, we have the release of Souvenir of 80th Annual Convention. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please release the proceedings of STI. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the dignitaries on the dais. Oh, इधर आओ। सर आप दो बात करो। इनको दे। Ladies and gentlemen, release of proceedings of STI. Once again, a round of applause for the dignitaries on the dais. Far and away, the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived which we have been waiting for a long time. As it is rightly said, the reward for work well done is the opportunity to do more. We are gathered here to acknowledge and appreciate the hard work and dedication of many technocrats, technologists, research workers who have significantly contributed in bringing a radical change in the sugar industry. I request our dignitaries on the dais to please do the honor by presenting the following awards. You only live once, but if you do it right, once is enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the first category of award, that is ISJEC Gold Medal. ISJEC Gold Medal for 50 years of active professional excellency goes to Mr. J.J. Bhagat, past President STI and Managing Director, STM Projects Limited. This award has been sponsored by ISJEC itself. This award is being given to Mr. Bhagat, who has completed 75 years of age and has rendered 51 years of active services to the industry. At present, he is the Managing Director of STM Projects Limited, a project advisory and management company based in New Delhi. The company is rendering its services to a number of sugar mills in Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, etc., including overseas as well. He has held several important positions in industry and attended many prestigious assignments in India and overseas during his tenure in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a round of applause for Mr. J.J. Bhagat. Congratulations, sir. ISJEC Gold Medal to Mr. J.J. Bhagat. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our awardee, Mr. J.J. Bhagat. Okay, now we have ISJEC Gold Medal for process. Okay, let's just take a picture then. Joshi bolna, sir? Okay. So our next category of award is ISJEC Gold Medal for Process Engineering, and it goes to Mr. M.G. Joshi, Managing Director, Jawahar Sehkari Sehkar Karkhana, Hupari. Mr. Joshi began his journey in the year 1990 with 1,016 TCD. However, under the guidance of Mr. Joshi, the plant had grown with consistent modernization and expansion in phased manner. Today, the plant has reached the capacity of 16,000 TCD. Another achievement of Karkhana, the magical figure in steam consumption goes below 32% and bagasse saving to about 11% on cane and 12% of sugar cane recovery. Mr. Joshi has served as Managing Director of National Federation of Cooperative Sugar Factories with an apex body of cooperative sugar sector. During that time, the sugar industry was struggling to clear the mounting sugarcane acres, which one touched over 21,000 crores. Under his guidance, NFCSF made several responsible decisions. Mr. Joshi, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Congratulations, sir. Our next category of award is Lifetime Achievement Award. The first awardee in this category is Mr. Raghbir Singh Chhate, Managing Director, Kibos Sugar, and Mr. Pravasir Bhartiya. Kibos Sugar Factory was commissioned in 2007 in a modern 1650 TCT greenfield sugar factory at Kibos with capacity to mill 4,80,000 tons of sugarcane per year produced at small and large sugarcane farmers in Kisumu, Nandi. Sure. I request for the awardees, if you have accompanying spouse, you may join us on the dais as well. In 2022, the sugar plant capacity was expanded to 5,000 TCD and increased the power production up to 23 megawatt. Kibos Sugar is the only sugar company in the sugar sector that is fully diversified in Africa with downstream value-added industry, and it is the sugar sector that pride of Africa to the world. In line with the Chhate Group's vision of diversification, going green, reducing cost of manufacturing, and to becoming a low-cost competitive producer, Chhate Group commenced the journey of diversification and setting up of the companies such as Kibos Distilleries, Kibos Paper and Packaging, Sugar Refinery, and Fertilizer as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to have you amongst us, sir. Congratulations. Once again, please give a round of applause for Mr. Chhate. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause and congratulations once again, sir. Our next awardee in this category is Mr. Sameer Sinha, CEO, Sugar Business Group, Triveni Engineering and Industries Limited. Mr. Sinha is presently the Chief Executive Officer of Sugar Business Group of Triveni Engineering and an alumnus of the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, has extremely successful tenure at various companies and having worked across a diverse range of sectors prior to joining Triveni. At Triveni, he started by heading the strategy and was responsible for most of the collaborations and joint ventures licensed with global leaders, including various value additions and diversifications. He's also been instrumental in Quick Cane Transformation Program, wherein intellectual pioneering work has been done on soil testing and mapping, fertility improvement, optimum varietal propagation, structural crop surveillance, usage of minimal technology. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Mr. Sameer Sinha. Thank you, sir. Our next awardee in this category is Mr. Vinod Luthare, Business Head, Boilers, ISJEC Heavy Engineering Limited, Noida. Mr. Luthare heads the boiler business at ISJEC Heavy Engineering and is a mechanical engineer, has been associated with ISJEC with past 37 years and has extensive experience in sugar sector and other industries. He has played a pivotal role in timely setting up of power plants for several greenfield and biofield sugarcane plants. While catering to various sugar factories in India and abroad, he has been instrumental in improvement of technologies for power plants to enable cost economics of the capital equipment and plant operations. He has been spearhead the development of special boilers to burn slop on sustainable basis to attain zero liquid discharge. Mr. Luthra's conviction is that the man behind a machine is the one who enables successful operations. He has been earnestly involved in in-house development of simulator for power plant of sugar factories that enable a fast training modulars for operation of engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Luthare. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee is Mr. C.N. Deshpande, President Jaivan Sugars, Pune. Mr. Deshpande is a visionary person who combined business awareness with operational expertise and technical sharpness to accelerate development and implementation of advanced technology. Mr. Deshpande has a work experience of about 42 years, and some of his laudable achievements are administrative and smooth functioning of 4 sugar factories at a time, modernization and upgradation and expansion of sugar units, execution of cane development program to chalk out various policies regarding cane development, cane harvest and cane procurement, completed expansion of Dhond Sugar Limited from 3,500 TCD to 6,500 TCD in a record of 5 months, outstanding performance at Jaivan Sugars Limited, Karad, by increasing the average recovery by 1.17% and reducing steam consumption from 49 to 39% in one season. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for his achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, I present before you Mr. C.N. Deshpande, President Jaivan Sugars Limited. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations to ma'am as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have our chief guest amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa. So welcome to our convention and Sugar Expo 2021. Sir, I request Mr. Sanjay Awasthi to please welcome our chief guest, Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Dr. Sawant. Thank you, sir. I request sir to please join us in the award ceremony. Now to continuing with the awards, the next awardee in this category is Mr. J.K. Kharbanda, Advisory Technical, ISJEC Heavy Engineering Limited, Noida. Mr. Kharbanda is the graduate engineer from Delhi College of Engineering and is a lifetime member of STAI and of ISSCT. He started his career with this ISJEC company in 1977 in the hydraulic press division as device engineer. After a brief spell in the machine tool design, he joined the sugar machinery division and eventually rose to the position of senior vice president. During his tenure in ISJEC, he mastered various aspects of sugar engineering, particularly the mining. He owes his success to all-the-time mentor, Mr. Ranjit Puri, chairman of ISJEC Group, the stalwart of Indian sugar industry, Mr. L.M. Talwar, and Mr. D.K. Goyal, who inspired him to think differently and beyond the obvious. Ladies and gentlemen, I present before you Mr. Kharbanda, Advisory Technical, ISJEC Heavy Engineering Limited. Give a round of applause for his achievements. Congratulations, sir. And congratulations to ma'am as well. Thank you, sir. So last but not the least, the last awardee in this category is Mr. A.K. Nanda, President, STAI Engineering Devices Limited, Chandigarh. Mr. Nanda is one of the alumni of the prestigious National Sugar Institute, Kanpur. He's been associated with the industry for over 4 decades, during which he worked as technical advisor with the Haryana Cooperative Sugar Mills for 12 years and with several leading sugar groups for about 16 years in senior positions. At present, he's the president of STAI Engineering Devices. In his long and illustrious career, he has installed several new projects balancing sugar mills for steam and power fuel, improved plant performance in various sugar mills. He's been awarded with Haryana Ratan Award for promoting sugar industries in Haryana and the Sharkara Shri Award 2022 from National Sugar Institute, Kanpur, Government of India for long contribution to the growth of Indian sugar industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. A.K. Nanda. Congratulations, sir. Moving to our next set of award is the Efficiency Award. The first awardee in this category is DCM Shriram Limited, Sugar and Distillery Unit, Haryana. DCM Shriram Limited is a leading business conglomerate with a group turnover of rupees 9,849 crores with a diverse portfolio. DCM Shriram Limited, Sugar and Distillery Unit, Haryana has become a now integrated complex with 13,000 TCD sugar refinery producing 20 lakh quintal of refined sugar, 63 megawatt cogeneration plant based on bagasse and slop with 11 crore unit power export to grid annually, country liquor plant producing 25 lakh cases annually. The unit has invested in state-of-art technology in sugar by adopting FFE, plate-type milk concentrator, vertical continuous pan, which not only gives best sugar quality but also lower steam consumption and minimal generation of brine reject. Ladies and gentlemen, the industry has received IEI Industry Excellence Award and first award in the energy conservation in sugar industry by UP NIDA in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for DCM Group and congratulations, Mr. R.L. Thamak and team of DCM Shriram. Moving to the next award in this category is the Indiana Sucrotech Pune Private Limited. Indiana Sucrotech is a leading sugar technology manufacturer providing services to industry for last 32 years. They have state-of-art facility, a well-equipped workshop at Ahmednagar and Kolhapur, having facilities of the sugar plant manufacturing, process plant designing, EPC services, and fabrication services. Apart from the above, Indiana Sucrotech is a well-known industry for its most successful patented product, continuous vacuum pan with complete automation system. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause For Indiana Sucrotech Private Limited, Pune. Okay, so next we have the last awardee in this category is NMIL Technologies, UP. NMIL has two roller mill concept having no trash plate with hydraulic loader, top loader, was successfully installed for the first time in the country in 2004. NMIL has a major presence in the boiler air pollution control system, more than 8 installations in various places in India and abroad as well. NMIL has provided a fully mechanized solution for handling fuel gas scrubber slurry to more than 15 sugar units. Well, that is very amazing. NMIL has the credit of installation of state-of-art largest mechanized slurry handling system at Saraswat Sugar Mills, Yamuna Nagar. NMIL has been promoted by Mr. P.S. Srivastava, who is an engineer from National Sugar Institute and has served Mavana Sugars and various other sugar industries at different heads. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for NMIL Technologies Private Limited. Congratulations. Our next category of award is Industrial Excellence Award. No one will disagree that excellence is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, skillful execution, and vision to see obstacles as opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, our first awardee in Industrial Excellence Award is Mr. Vijay Banka, Managing Director, Dwarikesh Sugar and Industries Limited. Mr. Banka has been inducted on the board with effect of 1st May 2009 and has been appointed as the Whole-Time Director and Chief Financial Officer. He is associated with the company since 2007 and has more than 26 years of experience in handling finance, accounts, and treasury functions. He has been redesigned, designated as Managing Director and CFO, and has been designated as Managing Director in the Board of Meetings held at August 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Vijay Banka, Managing Director, Dwarikesh Sugar and Industries Limited. Thank you, sir. Our next awardee is Mr. Srinivas Patil, Athani Group Limited, Karnataka. Athani Sugars Limited was established in 1995. The company started with the crushing capacity of about 25,000 TCD in 2001 and then further extended its capacity to 4,500 TCD in 2005 and 6. The company overtook the project of 30 key KLPD distillery units in 2008. Intensive efforts have been made by the company to bring a new area under plantation, and simultaneously the sugarcane yield has also been increased intensively. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Patil. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Our next awardee is Mr. Anup Singh, Vice President, DCM Shriram Limited, New Delhi. Mr. Anup Singh started his work experience with Simco Birla Limited in 1992 as graduate engineer training. Apart from equipment design, he has acquired expertise in metallurgy, new material development, electrical design, instrumentation and automation design, and engineering management. He was project manager for various prestigious projects, including Steel Tubular Plant for Man Industry, Hugh Riva for JP Associate. He joined the DCM Shriram Limited in Sugar Division in 2005. Ladies and gentlemen, I present before you Mr. Anup. Congratulations, sir. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Anup Singh. Thank you, sir. Our next awardee is Mr. Jitendra Jaya Kumar Dharu, Director, Sri Datta India Private Limited, Maharashtra. Sri Datta is a prominent player in organized sugar business in India in two trades since over 2 decades. SDIPL is a well-known in India for its sugar trade and export and is one of the largest exporters of sugar in the country. It runs 2 sugar mills with a cane crushing capacity of 12,500 metric ton per day in a total expanding of up to 18,000 metric ton in the coming year as well. The company has also diversified into dairy and believes that transparent business practice benefits the supplier and the consumer as well. To sum up, it's a blending experience and qualified team and state-of-art infrastructure with good attention to procurement, production, quality, R&D. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Dharu. Thank you, sir. Our next awardee in this category is Mr. B.R. Jadhav, Managing Director, Maua Pradesh Sehkari KUM Limited, Gujarat. Mr. Jadhav has a working experience for about 38 years and has worked at various reputed positions such as Managing Director. He joined as Joint Managing Director with Shriji Maua Pradesh Limited in August 2011, and at present he is the Managing Director of the industry of the sugar mill. During his tenure, he did his services in 2012 with the modernization of various sugar units such as steam consumption reduction from 52 to 38%, grading of sugar, and has won the Best Managing Director award by Bharatiya Sugar in Kolhapur in 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Jadhav. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee is Mr. Sylvester Goldwyn, Whole-Time Director, Kothari Sugars, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Goldwyn is a Whole-Time Director and is associated with the Kothari Sugars Limited. He is a versatile sugar professional having expertise in various functions such as operation and maintenance, erection and commissioning, designing and engineering, marketing, etc. During his leadership, Kothari Sugar has consistently performed well in both technical and financial parameters. He is actively involved in various scientific societies and industrial associations and is member of various committees such as ISSCT, SISTA and STAI. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Goldwyn. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Our next awardee is Mr. J.B. Gugharkar, Managing Director of Sehkar Maharishi Bhausaheb Thorak. He is the Managing Director of the company and has 38 years of rich and versatile experience in the sugar industry. He started his career as junior civil engineer and later on rose to the position of Managing Director in the year 2015. Under his leadership, the complex had renovated to the centralized DCS-based 5,000 TCD plant in 2015-16 and further 30 megawatt cogeneration plant with 40 KLPD distillery. A long list of awards has been conferred to the sugar industry. Mr. Gukhare has a passion and commitment and has been cornerstone for his career and has always held him in good state. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a team with him. Give a round of applause. Congratulations, sir. So our next awardee in this category is Mr. Tarun Gupta, Director, CA Polytech Private Limited, New Delhi. Mr. Tarun is a second-generation entrepreneur with over 3 decades of expertise in sugar and mining industry with specialization in wear-resistant composites. The novel concept of detachable hammer tip and cane knife edge from Australia was introduced in 1995 in India, which successfully replaced the traditional hard-facing techniques, resulting in increased milling efficiency of the sugar plant. Mr. Gupta is engaged with social activities and programs for underprivileged as well as in the field of education and industrial platforms. He is a member of FISME and IPPTA, Turbology Society and other organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Tarun Gupta, Director, CA Polytech Private Limited, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. Our next awardee in this category is Mr. Rajesh Kejriwal, Managing Director, Chemical Center, Delhi. Mr. Kejriwal, co-founder and director of Kejriwal Group of Companies, started his journey in 1978 when he established the Chemical Center India. Since then, over the last 44 years, he has grown to be one of India's leading specialist chemical manufacturers and suppliers to sugar and allied industry. Throughout his career, he has illustrated work to make quality products accessible and available at affordable prices. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Kejriwal. Thank you, sir. Our next awardee in this category is Mr. Brijraj Singh, Managing Director, Calson Private Limited, Kolkata. Mr. Singh is the Managing Director of the company and has worked closely with the sugar industry since 1994 in providing value solutions in sugar manufacturing. Mr. Singh and Calson work closely with the sugar technologists and professionals from the sugar industry to provide cost-effective and high-quality, long-lasting value solutions for flow control with ensure optimum performance of the sugar manufacturing process. Mr. Singh was also the STAI Council member from Odisha in 2004 to 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Singh, Managing Director, Calson Private Limited, Kolkata. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. Our next awardee in this category is Mr. S.N. Saraswat, Vice President, Chemical System Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Saraswat is a 1988 batch pass out of sugar technologist from National Sugar Institute, Kanpur, and qualified in sales and marketing from Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, Mumbai. He has 34 years of experience in sugar industry and is a well-experienced and successful engineer of oil, sick, and sugar mills with the respect of energy conservation and quality sugar production. He has also played a major role in the successful bagasse drying technology in India. Apart from the above, he has also successfully installed the first inward sugar plant using ion exchange technology. He is associated with the biggest sugar group of India in bringing successfully established sugar beet project in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Saraswat. Thank you, sir. Our next awardee in this category is Messrs. Atul Sugar Screens Private Limited, Pune. With an established heritage of about 50 years, Atul Sugar Screens Private Limited is India's first sugar screen manufacturer export organization. Today, it is the state-of-the-art facility with largest independent manufacturing and testing capacity under one roof in Asia, serves thousands of end users across the globe. The Americans to Europe, Asia, Africa to Southeast Asia and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Atul Sugar Screens Private Limited, Pune. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Our last awardee in this category is Messrs. Suzalcam Technology Private Limited, Hyderabad. Suzalcam Technology started its journey 2 decades back and has grown into technologically strong organization in the field of special chemicals for all process applications under a professionally and developed oriental management. Development in the most modern factory in Hyderabad with production capacity of about 14,000 metric ton per annum. The Suzalcam range of products are backed by strong technical team with high standards of TQM, GMP, Six Sigma concept. The factory is ISO 9001 to 2018 QMS certified with halal and kosher certifications for all its products. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Suzalcam Technology Private Limited team. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations to Team Suzalcam. Next up, we have JP Mukherjee Gold Medal for the Best Engineer of the Year for providing innovative engineering solution to the sugar industry. And the gold medal goes to Dr. Sachin B. Nikam, Managing Director, Ulka Industries Private Limited, Pune. I request sir to please join us on the dais. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Sachin. JP Mukherjee Gold Medal for the Best Engineer of the Year Award. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much. Next, we have the award Dr. J.P. Manohar Rao Gold Medal for Excellence. PJ Manohar Rao Gold Medal for Excellence in Core Product for the year 2021-22. And the gold medal goes to Mr. Anurag Goyal, Head of Marketing and Technical, Sugar Plant and Distillery, Isjek Heavy Engineering Limited. I request sir to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Anurag Goyal. For Dr. PJ Manohar Rao Gold Medal for Excellence in Core Product for the year 2021-22. Congratulations, sir. Next, we have Dr. Bansidhar Gold Medal for Best Paper or Innovative in the area of energy efficiency and conservation in sugar industry, plate type evaporator for mechanical vapor compression. It was written by Mr. Vivek Verma, Managing Director, Spray Engineering, Mr. Ashok Kumar Nanda, President, Spray Engineering, and Mr. Dinesh Kumar Saini, Team Leader for Spray Engineering. I request all of you to please join us on the dais. Mr. Vivek Verma, Mr. Ashok Kumar Nanda, Mr. Dinesh Kumar Saini. Please give a round of applause. We have Dr. Bansidhar Gold Medal winners amongst us. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations once again to all the awardees. I request all the dignitaries to please occupy their seats on the dais. Thank you so much. I request the dignitaries on the dais to please occupy your seats. I would now like to invite Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti Madam, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs and Rural Development, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, to please bless us with her kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti Madam.
धन्यवाद। आज के इस चलिए कोई आज के इस हटा दीजिए। आज के इस बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में गोवा की पावन पवित्र भूमि, जहाँ एक पर्यटकों का हब है, ऐसे इस प्रदेश में सरकरा के क्षेत्र में जो भी हमारे उद्योग जगत से जुड़े हुए काम कर रहे हैं, ऐसे सभी को सम्मानित, और ये 2 दिन का जो सेमिनार चलेगा उसमें बहुत सारे विमर्श होंगे। पार्लियामेंट के होने के कारण मुझे जाना पड़ रहा है। ऐसे इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे इस प्रदेश के युवा ऊर्जावान और जिन्होंने इससे प्रदेश की तस्वीर बदली है, तकदीर भी बदली, ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर प्रमोद सावंत जी, उनका हम इस सेमिनार की तरफ से, इस मंत्रालय के विभाग की तरफ से, आप सब की तरफ से तालियों से जोरदार स्वागत होना चाहिए। हमारे इस विभाग में जिन्होंने विभाग को एक नई ऊंचाइयां दी हैं, ऐसे आदरणीय सचिव सुधांशु पांडे जी, इस कार्यक्रम में अध्यक्ष रंजीत पुरी जी, इस कार्यक्रम के पूरे आयोजक के सूत्रधार आदरणीय संजय अवस्थी जी, उनका भी बहुत जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करेंगे। हमारा इस विभाग का एकमात्र संस्थान 1935 में जिसकी स्थापना हुई थी, लगातार प्रगति कर रहे हैं। ऐसे डायरेक्टर आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोहन जी, श्री शिवाजी राव देशमुख डीजीसी सरकरा, श्री आर आनंद कुमार जी, श्री RL टमक जी, नरेंद्रपुर हमारे पार्लियामेंट में सहयोगी रहे, नरेंद्र जी पूर्व पार्लियामेंट सदस्य, उनका भी विभाग की तरफ से हम सब लोग तालियां बजा करके स्वागत करेंगे। आदरणीय श्री ईश्वर पटेल जी, और इस कार्यक्रम में जो भी प्रवासी हमारे भाई बंधु आए हैं, उन सभी का मैं मंत्रालय की तरफ से, अपनी तरफ से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करती हूँ। आज का ये कार्यक्रम उस समय और महत्व बढ़ जाता है जब देश आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव को मना रहा हो। उस समय देश की प्रगति में जिन लोगों ने अपने परिश्रम से, अपनी मेहनत से इस देश की प्रगति में योगदान दिया है, उनका सम्मान करना औचित्य है और उसका एक इसका एक उपयोगी भी है। मेरा तो मानना यह है, व्यक्ति का सम्मान नहीं होता, व्यक्ति के पीछे उस ताकत का सम्मान होता है जिस ताकत के बल पर, जिस परिश्रम के बल पर इस देश की प्रगति में एक अपनी महती भूमिका निभाई है। उस ताकत का सम्मान, उस परिश्रम का सम्मान। हमारे यहाँ हमेशा बोला गया है, श्रम एवं जायते, श्रम की हमेशा पूजा होती है, परिश्रम की हमेशा पूजा होती है। आज जब हम आज़ादी के अमृत कालखंड में एक कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं, जहां भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है कि भारत आत्मनिर्भर हो। आत्मनिर्भर बैठ करके नहीं हो सकता, पुरुषार्थ करने से होता है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी लगातार, चाहे वो उद्योग जगत में हो, चाहे किसी क्षेत्र में हो, चाहे श्रमिक हो, सबको माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रोत्साहित करते रहते हैं। और ये मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है, 2014 के पहले हमें चीनी आयात करनी पड़ती थी, आज हम आयात नहीं कर रहे। आप सबके परिश्रम के कारण हम निर्यातक देश बन चुके हैं। ये आपके परिश्रम के कारण है। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में, क्योंकि मुझे 2 दिन रहना चाहिए था, आपके विचारों को सुनना चाहिए था। कोई जरूरी नहीं है कि अब मंत्रालय में हमें सब कुछ आता है, बहुत सारा हमें सीखने को आपके जीवन से मिलता है। मैं यहाँ देख रही हूँ बहुत पुराने लंबे समय से सरकारा के क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं, हमारे सामने बैठे हुए हैं। इनका कितना लंबा अनुभव होगा, आप सबको मालूम है। जब सीता जी का हरण हुआ, युवा टीम तो बहुत थी, समुद्र के किनारे सारे लोग विचार विमर्श कर रहे थे, लेकिन उसी मध्य में एक जामवंत जी थे जिन्होंने हनुमान जी को उनकी ताकत को एहसास कराया था। तो हमारी युवा टीम में मैं आज देख रही थी, बहुत सारी युवा उद्योग जगत से जुड़ रही, उसमें काम कर रही है। तो आज युवकों को एहसास कराने की जरूरत है कि आपके अंदर बहुत क्षमता है, आप बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। मैं एक बात हमेशा बोला करती हूँ, यदि तुम ठान लो तारे गगन के तोड़ सकते हो, यदि तुम ठान लो तारे गगन के तोड़ सकते हो, यदि तुम ठान लो तूफान का पथ मोड़ सकते हो, और यदि तुम ठान लो सरकारा के क्षेत्र में विश्व में अपना रिकॉर्ड तोड़ सकते हो। आज लोग कहते हैं विदेशों में बहुत ऊर्जावान लोग रहते हैं, और मेरा तो मानना है यदि विदेशों में अच्छे डॉक्टर मिलेंगे तो भारत के ही होंगे, अच्छे उद्योगपति मिलेंगे तो भारत के ही होंगे, और अच्छे किसान मिलेंगे वो भी भारत के ही होंगे। ये बहुत बड़ी, और भारत एक ऊर्जा की धरती है, भारत एक अपने आप में ऊर्जावान धरती है। जिस प्रदेश में आप बैठे हैं, हमारे इस प्रदेश के एक युवा चेहरा है, मुख्यमंत्री है, जो इस प्रदेश को, मैं 6 साल पहले आई थी, बहुत छोटी छोटी सड़कें दिखाई पड़ रही थी, लेकिन जब मैं रात में एयरपोर्ट से निकली तो इतनी बड़ी बड़ी चौड़ी सड़कें। और मेरा तो मानना यह है कि जिस प्रदेश में सड़कें अच्छी होती हैं, विकास की गति अपने आप बढ़ती है। और मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को और यहाँ की सरकार को और साथ में नितिन गडकरी जी को बधाई देती हूँ, जिन्होंने पूरे देश में इस गोवा सहित रोडों का जाल बिछाया है। कोई भी उद्योग लगाना हो, सड़क की बहुत आवश्यकता होती है। जैसे हमारे शरीर में, पूरे शरीर में रक्त का संचार कैसे हो सकता है? सारे शरीर की नसें स्वस्थ होंगी तभी रक्त का पूरे शरीर में संचार हो सकता है। ऐसे ही देश की प्रगति के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए सड़कों का दुरुस्त होना बहुत आवश्यकता है। आज मैं ये कह सकती हूँ कि भारत आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर बढ़ रहा है। कोविड का जब समय आया, उस कोविड जैसी महामारी में सबसे पहले, सबसे ज्यादा यदि सैनिटाइज किसी ने बनाया, इसी सरकारा विभाग ने बनाया, जिन्होंने पूरे देश में पहुंचाया। और मुझे याद है हमारे क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले भाइयों ने, जहां ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी, ऑक्सीजन प्लांट नहीं थे, हमारे इस उद्योग जगत से जुड़े हुए भाइयों ने अपने तरफ से अस्पतालों में ऑक्सीजन प्लांट देने के लिए काम किया। तो कौन कोई क्षेत्र खाली नहीं है जहां आपने काम नहीं किया। आपने बहुत काम किया है। आपकी ताकत का, आपके परिश्रम का मैं अभिनंदन करती हूँ, नमन भी करती हूँ। और मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सपना देखा है, उस सपने को साकार कर रहे हैं, उस सपने के साकार होने में आपकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। सिर्फ शर्करा के क्षेत्र में नहीं, एथेनॉल के क्षेत्र में भी 2014 में जब हमने इस विभाग को संभाला, सरकार को माननीय मोदी जी ने संभाला, तब हमारे देश में सिर्फ 1.9 पॉइंट अकेले एथेनॉल बन रहा था। लेकिन आप सबके परिश्रम के कारण आज हम इन 8 वर्षों में 10% पहुंचे हैं और इसमें भी हम आत्मनिर्भर हुए हैं। आज आवश्यकता है, हम विदेशों पर कब तक निर्भर रहेंगे? ऑयल के क्षेत्र में आज हमें इसमें काम करना पड़ेगा। और मैं तो मानती हूं कि क्षेत्र के लिए बहुत एक सुनहरा अवसर है जब आप एथेनॉल के क्षेत्र में अधिक से अधिक काम करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का लक्ष्य है कि हम 20% तक ले जाएंगे इस एथेनॉल के क्षेत्र में काम करके। तो मैं आप सबके बीच में, पार्लियामेंट के कारण मुझे अभी 1 बजे फ्लाइट पकड़नी है, फिर भी मैं आपके परिवार के होने के नाते आपके ये डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी जी का ये जो सुंदर सा भवन बना हुआ है, डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी जी ने देश के लिए, राष्ट्र की अखंडता के लिए अपने प्राणों की आहुति दी। और मैं आज कह सकती हूँ कि पंडित दीनदयाल जी का जो सपना था वो आज पूरा हो रहा है। और पंडित दीनदयाल जी का अंत्योदय, उस पर भी सरकार पूरा काम कर रही है। मैं आप सबसे इतना ही निवेदन करती हुई वाणी पर विराम देती हूँ। कुछ काम करो, कुछ काम करो, जग में रह कर निज नाम करो। ये जन्म हुआ किस अर्थ यह हो, समझो जिससे यह व्यर्थ न हो। कुछ तो उपयुक्त करो तन को, न रहो न निराश करो मन को। व्यक्ति तन से नहीं थकता, व्यक्ति तन से नहीं थकता, जब उसका मन थक जाता है तभी वो थकता है। इसीलिए हमारे शास्त्रों में कहा गया है, मानेव मनुष्याणाम कारणम बंध मोक्षयो। व्यक्ति का मन ही बंधन का कारण है, व्यक्ति का मन ही मोक्ष का कारण है। और आप सब लोगों ने देखा होगा, अर्जुन वही है, गांडीव वही है। कारण क्या था? जो युद्ध के क्षेत्र में रथ के पिछले भाग में बैठ गया था, शरीर से नहीं टूटा था, गांडीव धनुष की ताकत नहीं गई थी, अर्जुन का मन कमजोर हो गया था। और इस देश को विश्व गुरु बनाने में हम कहीं भी मन से कमजोर नहीं हो। हम भारत को विश्व गुरु के और विश्व के पटल पर स्थापित करेंगे। और आप सबके कारण आज भारत G20 का अध्यक्षता करने जा रहा है। ये पहली बार भारत में हो रहा है। आप सबकी ताकत के कारण, आप सबके पौरुष के कारण, आप सबके परिश्रम के कारण मैं इतना ही अनुरोध करती हुई आप सबका अभिनंदन करती हूँ। डायस पर बैठे हुए सभी सम्मानित पदाधिकारियों का और इस प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करती हूँ। आपने इस कार्यक्रम में आकर के, इस विभाग के कार्यक्रम में सरकारा के क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे बंधुओं को आप मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए आए। आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I would now like to invite Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, to bless us with his kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Dr. Sawant.
80th STAI एनुअल कन्वेंशन में यहाँ में मेरे साथ में ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर फॉर द कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स, फूड्स एंड पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एंड रूरल डेवलपमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति जी, यहाँ के मिस्टर लक्ष्मण नारायण चौधरी, शुगर केन डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द शुगर इंडस्ट्रीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश के यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट हैं, मिस्टर सुधांशु पांडे, सेक्रेटरी ऑफ द फूड एंड पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स, फूड एंड पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, मिस्टर राजू पुरी, द चेयरमैन of the Heavy Engineering and Limited, Mr. Sanjay Avasthi, the President of the Sugar Technology Association of India, Mr. Narendra Mohan, Director NSAI, Mr. Shivaji Rao Deshmukh, Director General of VSI, Mr. N. Pandey Kumar, the President of the SSITA, and Mr. Narendra Savaikar, the Chairman for the NRI Commissioner, बाकी सभी महानुभाव जो देश और विदेश से यहाँ पे आए हैं, गोवा की सरकार की तरफ से, गोवा के लोगों की तरफ से, गोवा की इस पुण्य भूमि में मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। आप सब लोग जानते होंगे कि गोवा एक बहुत छोटा राज्य है। यहाँ बहुत कम मात्रा में शुगर केन ग्रो होता है और सिंगल वन शुगर केन इंडस्ट्री द संजीवनी वो भी 2 साल से बंद है, लेकिन फिर भी आप लोगों ने यहाँ इस कन्वेंशन का आयोजन करके हमें ऊर्जा दी कि फिर से एक बार शुगर कैन ग्रोवर और शुगर इंडस्ट्री में हमारे स्टेट में भी हम ज़्यादा कुछ कर सके। इसलिए मैं फिर से एक बार आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे लगता है कि गोवा इज़ नोन फॉर द टूरिज़्म, तो आप यहाँ पे आए हमेशा। इस गोवा इज़ नोन फॉर द ब्यूटीफुल बीचेस, ब्यूटीफुल टेम्पल्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एवरीथिंग। आपका कुछ समय निकाल के द ब्यूटीफुल स्टेट देखने के लिए भी आप नॉर्थ से लेके साउथ में आपका टाइम स्पेंड करेंगे, ये मैं डेफिनेटली चाहता हूँ। आप लोग गोवा में टाइम स्पेंड कीजिए, ये मेरी आपको न्योता है। गोवा इज ऑल्सो नोन फॉर द बायोडाइवर्सिटी एंड अच्छा वेस्टर्न घाट में हम जो रहते हैं बहुत अच्छे से बायोडाइवर्सिटी प्रोजेक्ट भी यहाँ पे हमेशा के लिए होते हैं। हमारे दोनों नेबरिंग स्टेट महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटका, इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा मुझे लगता है शुगर ग्रोअर और द शुगर फैक्ट्रीज जो दोनों नेबरिंग स्टेट में हमेशा के लिए जो शुगर इंडस्ट्रीज में काम करते हैं। आज के इस कन्वेंशन में मुझे लगता है कि फार्मर्स तो ज्वाइन हो गए हैं, लेकिन उनके साथ में द टेक्नोक्रेट्स, the engineers, one who is doing the developing the technology in the sugar industries। मैं इस जो 2 दिन के कन्वेंशन में शुगर ग्रोवर के साथ साथ में इस टेक्नोलॉजी में जो जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, इनका भी मैं जो आज सभी को जो अवार्ड मिले, यानी शुगर फैक्ट्रीज़ को अवार्ड मिले, शुगर रिसर्च में जो काम कर रहे हैं उनको अवार्ड मिले, जो गोल्ड मेडल्स मिले उनको अवार्ड मिले, फिर से एक बार उनका मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं और आप लोगों को उनका सभी से मैं अभिनंदन की रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं। इस जो एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी में जो लोग आप काम कर रहे हैं, रिसर्च में शुगर टेक्नोलॉजी में जो लोग आप काम कर रहे हैं, सही में मुझे लगता है कि पूरे साल भर में इस तरह के कन्वेंशन, द पेपर सबमिशन, रिसर्च में जो काम कर रहे हैं उनका मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। जैसे दीदी ने कहा कि हम इंपोर्टर से एक्सपोर्टर बन गए, डेट इज़ नॉट ओनली डेट, हम जो शुगर इंडस्ट्री में इंपोर्टर से एक्सपोर्टर तो बन गई हैं, आप लोगों का कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस विच इज़ इन रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में भी है। द 10% ऑफ द इथेनॉल विच इज़ कमिंग फ्रॉम द शुगर इंडस्ट्री, इसलिए भी आप लोगों का मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ। और इससे आगे मुझे लगता है जो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में अप्रॉक्सीमेटली द 41,000 ऑफ द करोर्स ऑफ रुपीज़ फॉर द एक्सचेकर्स के लिए आप जो कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं, इथेनॉल में और ज़्यादा आप कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं, नॉट ओनली इन द शुगर इंडस्ट्रीज में। तो डे बाय डे इसमें जो रिसर्च हो रहा है, सो हम जो ऑयल इंडस्ट्री में 100% जो इम्पोर्ट पे डिपेंड थे, बिकॉज ऑफ द शुगर केन विच इज़ द 10% यू आर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग इन द इथेनॉल, हमारे मुझे लगता है कि हम भी इसका जो इंपोर्ट हो रहा है वो रिड्यूस करके यानी सेल्फ सस्टेन इस इंडस्ट्री में भी हो जाएगा। इसमें मुझे लगता है कि शुगर इंडस्ट्री विल प्ले द मेजर रोल। और जिस तरह से ये रिसर्च चल रहा है तो डेफिनेटली इससे आगे द रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी हो या शुगर केन में हो कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एंड डिफरेंट रिसर्च आप लोगों से एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है कि इस इंडस्ट्रीज़ में जो आप सभी मिल के फार्म मैकेनिज्म हो, शुगर क्वालिटी इम्प्रूवमेंट हो, वाटर कंजर्वेशन हो या द यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ द बाय प्रोडक्ट, द कैपिटल गुड इंडस्ट्रीज, इस सभी में आप सभी लोग मिल के ढेर सारे रिसर्च सबमिट करेंगे। मुझे उम्मीद है जिस तरह से न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी और न्यू द यंग जनरेशन्स हैव इन्वॉल्व इन दिस इंडस्ट्री, आगे आने वाले इस इंडस्ट्री के लिए बहुत अच्छे दिन आने वाले हैं, ये मैं डेफिनेटली कह सकता हूँ। क्योंकि जिस तरह से इम्प्रूवमेंट इस इंडस्ट्रीज के 2014 से लेके कंटिन्यूसली इम्प्रूवमेंट हो रही है, रिसर्च हो रहे हैं, तो इस इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए बहुत ही अच्छे मुझे लगता है कि आगे हम इस इंडस्ट्री में हम आत्मनिर्भर हो सकते हैं। तो डेफिनेटली मैं इस आपके कन्वेंशन के लिए जो जो लोग यानी पूरे देश भर में से यहाँ पे आए हैं उनका मैं फिर से एक बार बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ। और आप सभी लोग देश भर से यहाँ पे आए, 2 दिन का कन्वेंशन यहाँ पे होगा और रिसर्च और बाकी इसी पे भी आपका इंडस्ट्रीज़ की लेन देन यहाँ पे होगी। इसलिए मैं फिर से एक बार आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। और मोदी जी इस विजन हर एक सेक्टर में, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो चाहते हैं कि हमारा देश आत्मनिर्भर बने, तो मुझे लगता है आपका एंथुजिज्म और आपका इनोवेशंस इस इंडस्ट्री में देख के डेफिनेटली आगे आने वाले दिन में हम शुगर इंडस्ट्रीज़ में और शुगर इंडस्ट्रीज रिलेटेड रिसर्च में आत्मनिर्भर तो डेफिनेटली हम होंगे। और इसी के साथ में हम खुद चाहते हैं कि गोवा में भी इस इंडस्ट्रीज़ में हमारे जो कुछ स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज़ है गोवा में और बाकी जो कुछ स्मॉल फार्मर्स यहाँ पे जो काम कर रहे हैं वो आपकी ऊर्जा लेके हम इस इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए फिर से एक बार ऊर्जा देने का काम यहाँ पे हम करेंगे। और मोदी जी इस विजन हम हमेशा के लिए चाहते वो सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए सभी मिल के हम यहाँ पे काम करेंगे। हमेशा के लिए मैं फिर से एक बार जिस तरह से सभी को मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ, खास करके द गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट वन हु डिड द रिसर्च इन दिस फील्ड, इनका मैं अभिनंदन करता हूँ। और दीदी का मार्गदर्शन हमें यहाँ पे इस अवसर पे मिला इस कार्यक्रम के वास्ते, खास करके दीदी पार्लियामेंट स्टार्ट होते हुए भी इस कार्यक्रम में भाग लिया, तो उनका यानी इस इंडस्ट्रीज़ के प्रति जो लगाव है, जो इंडस्ट्रीज़ के प्रति फार्मर में उनके खुद देखते हुए यानी दे आर शी इज़ लुकिंग एज अ फैमिली फॉर दिस इंडस्ट्री, तो डेफिनेटली आगे आने वाले दिन में उनका और भी ज़्यादा इस इंडस्ट्रीज़ में कंट्रीब्यूशंस रहेगा। तो मैं फिर से एक बार आप सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, बधाई देता हूँ।
Thank you, sir. Due to some pre-engagements, our chief guest, Dr. Pramod Sawan and Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti madam, they have to take leave from us. So once again, thank you ma'am and thank you sir for being a part of STI's 80th Convention and Sugar Expo 2022. I request the dignitaries to please give a round of applause for Dr. Pramod Sawan and Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti madam. Thank you ma'am, thank you sir for being with us. No earlier. Yes. No earlier. Hello. Yeah, all the dignitaries. Yeah. All the awardees up till now, I request you to please occupy the row in front for a group photograph. And please, you may get your awards along with you. All the awardees, all the Lifetime Achievement awardees, Industry Excellence awardees, ISREC Gold Medal awardees, I request you to please line up in the front row. And please bring your memento and all your awards or certificates, whatever you have along with you. Also the JPMA gold medal, PJ Manohar Rao gold medal, Dr. Bansidhar gold medal. All the awardees, I request please line up in the front row for the group photograph. Mr. Sanjay Avasthi, all the dignitaries, please occupy your seats in the audience. Please, audience, I request you to please be seated. We still have few awards left. Mr. R.L. Tamak, we require you on the dais. Please, sir, join us on the dais. All the dignitaries, please occupy your seats in the audience. Okay, all the audience, please occupy your seats. People in front who are taking the pictures, I request you to please occupy your seats. त्यागी सर प्लीज़ सर सीट ऑक्यूपाई कर लीजिए, बहुत लेट हो रहा है अवार्ड में, गोल्ड मेडल वाले इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं. The photographers, the person with the photograph, now no more clicking, okay? We'll be continuing with the awards. Okay, so now we have, sir, Amit sir. So now we have Noel Deer Gold Medal. So in the sugarcane agriculture, the Noel Deer Gold Medal goes to Set Treatment Device, an effective way of delivering agro inputs for improved protection and production in sugarcane by Mithali Vishwanathan, Ravindra Nayak and Mr. Sundar. I request Sudhanshu sir and all the dignitaries on the dais to please come forward and present the awardees with the award. Once again, the Noel Deer Gold Medal in Sugarcane Agriculture goes to Mithali, Mr. Mithali Malathi, Miss Malathi, sorry, Dr. P. Malathi, Mr. Vishwanathan, Mr. Nayak. Okay. Ma'am, आप भी चले जाओ. Yeah. Mr. Okay, we have Miss P. Malathi with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Noel Deer Gold Medal in Sugarcane Agriculture. Noel Deer Gold Medal for Factory Engineering goes to Sandblasting for Turbine Easier Than Ever by Arvind Kumar Mishra and Nagendra Singh. I request Mr. Arvind Kumar Mishra and Nagendra Singh to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Noel Deer Gold Medal in Factory Engineering section. Noel Deer Gold Medal for Factory Processing goes to Refinery Project Implementation during Pandemic 2020, a success story by Naveen Kumar Gupta, Param Singh and Amit Negi. I request Mr. Gupta, Mr. Singh and Mr. Negi to join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Noel Deer Gold Medal Factory Processing awardees. Congratulations. Next, Noel Deer Gold Medal in Co-Product. Congratulations. So, Noel Deer Gold Medal in Co-Product goes to Trial of a Condensate Polishing Unit for Sugar Factories by Vanishta Shukla, Sudhanshu Mohan, Narendra Mohan and Sunil Bhate. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the awardees, Mr. Sudhanshu Mohan, Narendra Mohan, Sunil Bhate and Vanishta Shukla. She's not here with us, but congratulations. She is one of our workers, we're team, so yeah, it's good, it's a proud moment for us. Congratulations, Vanishta. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Narendra Mohan, Sudhanshu Mohan sir. Congratulations. Well, this award is in the baskets of Natural Sugar Institute. Next set of awards is STI Silver Medal. In sugarcane agriculture, it goes to CO 15023, a newly developed early maturing variety, potential substitute of CO 0238, performance at Institute, AICRP and factory trials by Ravendra Kumar, Mintu Ram Meena and Bakshi Ram. Dr. Apanu will receive this award, so I request sir to please come on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Apanu and congratulations to all the awardees for the silver medal. Congratulations. So, STI Silver Medal in Factory Engineering goes to a critical review of some of the methods used for determining the degree of cane preparation by Mr. K. Jagdish. I request sir to please join us on the dais. Okay, so he's not with us, but congratulations, sir. We have another winner in this category for Factory Engineering, STI Silver Medal for innovative and sustainable options for improving juice extraction and efficiency by R.A. Chandgude and P.G. Patil. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the authors, Mr. Chandgude and Mr. Patil. Congratulations, sir. STI Silver Medal for Factory Processing goes to First, we have in this category winner is the Guidelines for Reducing Sediment Insoluble Matter in Plantation White Sugar by M.B. Londe and R.B. Khangave, sir. I request sir to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for Mr. Londe and Mr. Khangave. Audience can show some enthusiasm, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause for the authors, for the winners of STI Silver Medal in Factory Processing. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. To share this award, STI Silver Medal in Factory Processing, we have another winner, and it goes to Need to Divert Process Intermediates for Ethanol Production to Improve Sustainability of Sugar Industry, with emphasis on special evaporator configuration suitable to present-day needs by Sura K. Bhojraj, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Bhojraj. Congratulations, Mr. Bhojraj, for your silver medal. Last award in the STI Silver Medal in co-product section, it goes to first, Biocircular Economy, Opportunity for Diversification for Sugar Mills in Waste to Energy Biofuel Field, Compressed Biogas and Organic Fertilizer by Mr. Sanjay Patil, Sukhendra Singh, Sukhvashish Behare and Mr. Konde. To receive this award, I would like to invite Mr. R.V. Dani sir on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to all the award winners, to the authors of the publication. Second winner of STI Silver Medal in co-product section goes to Recovery of Potash from Spent Wash Incinerator Fly Ash by Mohan K. Dongre. To receive this award, I would like to invite Mr. V.M. Kulkarni sir on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. V.M. Kulkarni. Thank you, sir. We are over with our award ceremony. I request the dignitaries on the dais to please occupy their seats. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, once again give a round of applause for the dignitaries on the dais, and to all the awardees, a hearty congratulations for your hard work. I request all the delegates in the audience, please occupy your seats in the audience. People who are making clusters, I request all of you to take your seats. People back at the back, please occupy your seats once again. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Professor Narendra Mohan, Director, National Sugar Institute, to please say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Professor Narendra Mohan.
Respected Secretary Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, President STAI, DG VSI Pune, other dignitaries on the dais, and students of National Sugar Institute, Kanpur in large number, I can see in this stadium for this convention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are perhaps organizing a STI convention when the sugar industry is going through a phase change. शायद हम उस समय पे इस STI कन्वेंशन को आयोजित कर रहे हैं जबकि दशा और दिशा वो भारतीय चीनी उद्योग की दोनों ही बदल रही हैं. And for me it is like a dream come true when we are converting our standalone sugar factories into complexes, moving away from single product to multi-product, and perhaps we are talking about sugar industry to be the hub of bioenergy. Co-generation की बात कर रहे हैं, ethanol की बात कर रहे हैं, and we are talking about ethanol in a big way where we are talking about 20% of the blending by 2025, which is a very ambitious program of the Government of India. We are going to discuss a lot on how to achieve and how to go beyond 20% of the ethanol. But to me, today we are happy. We can see many happy faces here. तो मुस्कुरा रही है चीनी उद्योग. मुझे लग रहा है कि हम आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव की बात कर रहे हैं तो चीनी उद्योग का भी अमृत काल चल रहा है. Where we are sustainable and thanks to the policy of the Government of India, the pivotal role played by our respected Secretary Food and Public Distribution, the government, and you people who have taken forward all the policies to make the sugar industry viable and economically sustainable. Ethanol is now the lifeline of the sugar industry, and probably we have understood the importance of ethanol. Perhaps gone are the days when we used to talk about the cyclic up and downs of the sugar production. शायद अब कम बात करते हैं. Previously it was a trademark of the Indian sugar industry that how you can define Indian sugar industry, because Indian sugar industry was known for cyclic up and downs of the sugar production. It was known for carrying arrears of the farmers. But now you are a happy situation when the millers and the farmers both are happy. And we have learned the art how to balance the sugar demand supply in the country, because we are into sacrificing more sugar, diverting more sugar to make ethanol, which is the need of the hour. We have traveled a long way, industry has traveled a long way. I am into this industry from the last more than 36 years, and I've seen many changes, many phases of this industry. But I still look forward. I'm not a satisfied man even today. You talk about we are making ethanol, we are into power exports, we are making now different kind of the sugars as well. We are changing from the conventional double sulfitation process to the raw refined process or making specialty sugars. But miles to go. Because you cannot be very comfortable, you cannot be very complacent. You are not sure how the market dynamics is going to change, how the cane productivity is going to change, how the sugar exports are going to take a turn. So I look into sugar industry as biorefinery, where you have multiple products. I look at the sugar industry for providing us the biofeed, the biofuel, the biochemical, and the biowater. And only then our dependency on the revenues on sugar will reduce. पहले हम लोग घोर चीनी मिल का जो रेवेन्यू आता था उसमें से 90% जो रेवेन्यू आता था वो चीनी से आता था, 10% जो आता था वो दूसरे स्रोतों से आता था. Then we started co-generation and we started now ethanol. So if you calculate, around 80% of the revenue is still coming from the sugar and 20% of the revenue is coming from other sources. So we have to take a call in the matter how we can still reduce and how we can harness the potential of the entire sugarcane value chain. Maybe sugar plant residues, maybe bagasse in innovative manner, molasses, filter cake, anything. And to me at least, there is nothing like waste from the sugar industry or from the distilleries. It is waste because I cannot exploit the potential, I do not have the technology or I do not have the skill to exploit it. So this is the reason we are considering it as a waste. So waste तो कुछ भी नहीं है मेरे लिए, because now we have learned how to take out the potash from the spent wash, how to take out the potash from the, the ash of the incineration boilers. We have learned many other things and we are moving on the, probably on the right path, but we have to take it forward. 2 दिनों में हम लोग बहुत सारी बातें करेंगे, समय की बाध्यता है और मुझे मौका मिलेगा कि मैं टेक्निकल सेशन में अपनी बात को कहूँगा, डिस्कस करूँगा। लेकिन कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती हैं जो कि वैसे तो अवार्ड सेरेमनी के बाद बोलना बहुत अप्रोप्रिएट नहीं होता क्योंकि सीटें खाली होती हैं, लोग फ़ोटो सेशंस में होते हैं, बट स्टिल यू गेट ए चांस टू कन्वे योर फीलिंग्स और टू कन्वे योर मैसेज टू अ fraternity of the technical people who are still occupying the chairs. तो पहली चीज़ तो ये है कि क्या हम उससे संतुष्ट हैं जो हम आज कर रहे हैं या इससे आगे भी कहीं हमको ले जाना है। बहुत सारी चीज़ें होंगी which we will discuss during 2 days, how to extract the potential, what to do with the ethanol, what to do with the sugar, how to reduce the energy consumption, how to reduce the water consumption and how to take this industry forward. लेकिन 2 चीज़ें मेरे दिमाग में है एंड फ्रॉम द लास्ट 8 years ऑलमोस्ट मैं उनके बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ। एक तो चीज़ ये है कि वाई वी आर स्टिल इनटू प्लांटेशन वाइट शुगर एंड लिंक्ड विद दैट व्हाट अबाउट द रॉ शुगर, कांट वी कंज्यूम द रॉ शुगर और इज इट नॉट फिट फॉर द कंजम्पशन? वी टॉक अबाउट सो मेनी थिंग्स, वी टॉक अबाउट मेनी शुगर्स, में टॉकिंग अबाउट brown sugars, maybe talking about any other sugar. There are so many sugars in the market and we are talking about jaggery as well, which is more nutritive or healthier. Sugar has earned a bad name over the years and there is a media campaign at least talking something different about the sugar and linking it with the health issues. Maybe the obesity, maybe the diabetes, maybe the dental caries or the hyperactivity and so many things. But to the best of my understanding and knowledge which I have gathered and the reports or the research workers, their findings, they do not subscribe to all these views. The sugar is the sole culprit. हम खराब हैं लेकिन शायद इतने खराब नहीं हैं जितना कि मीडिया हमको पेंट करता है कि sugar is the reason for all of your health issues. So can we have something like, sugar and to brand it like a healthier sugar? We have to change the perception of the people. It will take time. The people may object to my perception, my narrative that how it can be taken forward. So mind it, Rome was not built in a day. It took years. So you have to go for the meaningful marketing, stressful marketing, and you have to create awareness. Yes, many countries are consuming raw sugar. And you can fortify the raw sugar as well. What will happen? You can produce the raw sugar at a lower cost and you can have higher recovery as well. So it will be a win-win situation for all of us. The only thing how we can take it forward or how we can create the awareness about these things. तो ये कुछ चीज़ ऐसी थी कि जो मैं I am always talking about so many years about such type of the sugar from the last almost 8 or 9 years. And how we can go ahead with the consumer packing. Consumer packing is very important and now since we had the taste of the COVID, everything which is packed under hygienic conditions and safe food from farm to fork, that has become very important. So we have to look into all these issues. और एक चीज़ और जिसकी मैं बात करता हूँ, मैं कभी कभी कहता हूँ कि one of your wildest thought, और वाइल्डेस्ट थॉट के लिए क्या है कि इनोवेशंस। आपकी की टू सक्सेस क्या है? यू हैव टू इनोवेट एंड यू हैव टू कम आउट विद द इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स. सो यू हैव टू कीप ऑन ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग. बात करें, चिंतन करें, बहस करें और नई तकनीक और नई उत्पाद जो हैं, जो कि वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, मूल्यवर्धित उत्पाद हैं, उनको लेके आएँ. दिस इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट. वाइल्डेस्ट थॉट की जब मैं बात कर रहा था कि हाउ वी कैन कम आउट विद ए प्रोडक्ट हैविंग ए वेरी वाइल्डेस्ट थॉट, सो आई एम जस्ट गिविंग ए फूड फॉर थॉट टू यू. यू कैन हैव रीजन्स टू स्माइल ऑन व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू स्टेट. आपको लगेगा कि किस तरीके की बात मैं कहने जा रहा हूँ, करने जा रहा हूँ, लेकिन कभी कभी आप जो सपने देखते हैं ना, वही साकार होते हैं, और सपने तो देखने चाहिए. तो मेरा तो सपना एक इस तरीके का सपना होता है कि सपने को देखता हूँ, उसके पीछे भागता हूँ और उसको पूरा करता हूँ. शायद इसीलिए कि वी हैव कम आउट विद मैनी वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट्स फ्रॉम द बगास, में बी टॉकिंग अबाउट सर्फेक्टेंट्स और द वेनिलीन और द एल्काइल लिवोलेनेट्स, शायद जिनके बारे में लिटरेचर में भी अभी तक नहीं आया होगा, बट वी हैव डन इट. वी हैव डन इट, यू नो, टेकिंग आउट नैनो सिलिका पार्टिकल्स फ्रॉम द बॉयलर ऐश. तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जिनको कि हम करने की कोशिश करते हैं, और एक वाइल्ड थॉट होता है जब हम करना शुरू करते हैं, तो शायद हमको उतनी ऊर्जा बाहर से नहीं मिलती, लेकिन अपनी आंतरिक ऊर्जा से, अपनी इंटरनल एनर्जी से उस काम को करते हैं और चाहते हैं कि देश के सामने जाए और चीनी उद्योग के सामने जाए. तो एक ऐसा ही वाइल्डेस्ट थॉट मैं सोचता हूँ कभी कभी, बिकॉज वी पीपल टॉक अबाउट मोलासेस ओनली फॉर वन पर्पज नाउ. आई सेल्डम से कि डोंट यूज मोलासेस फॉर मेकिंग द इथेनॉल. जैसे कि वी टॉक अबाउट द बगास, व्हाट इज टू बी done with the bagasse. Bagasse is to be used as a fuel because you have to meet your captive requirements. But the saved bagasse can be used for making multiple innovative value added products too. That way filter cake can be utilized, and that way, you know, if I look into the molasses, और जब मैं ये चिंतन करता हूँ ना, जब मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि sugar industry is to, you know, come out as a healthier industry which is giving products which are healthier to nature. You have given sanitizers. You are talking about dietary fiber from the bagasse. You are talking about low-calorie sweetener xylitol from the bagasse. आप तमाम सारी ऐसी चीज़ों की बात कर रहे हैं which are healthier and which can be given by the sugar industry. तो आप ऐसा समझ सकते हैं कि one day I was dreaming molasses, intermediate molasses, maybe talking about the A-heavy molasses. आपके मोलासेस में क्या है? व्हाट योर मोलासेस कंटेन्स? इट कंटेन्स कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स, इट कंटेन्स मिनरल्स, इट कंटेन्स मैनी अदर, यू नो, विटामिन्स ऑल्सो, कैल्शियम, मैग्नीशियम, आयरन. तो क्या कल ऐसा समय आएगा जब हम कहेंगे कि हम चीनी उद्योग से मोलासेस नहीं, च्यवनप्राश देते हैं, विच इज इक्विवेलेंट टू च्यवनप्राश? इट लुक्स, you know, slightly wild sort of thought today. But if you go to the airports, particularly in Europe, America, or in even Southeast countries, you will find the bottles of the molasses are being sold at the airport because it contains lot of calcium, it contains magnesium, it contains iron. We are also working on that, how molasses can be converted into edible molasses and can be branded, you know, शर्करा प्राश, not च्यवनप्राश but शर्करा प्राश. तो इस तरीके की कोई ना कोई चीज़ों पे तो काम करना पड़ेगा, एंड आई थिंक वी आर गोइंग टू ब्रेनस्टॉर्म ऑन ऑल दीज थिंग्स ड्यूरिंग द 2 days convention here. So thank you STI for giving me this opportunity to give my wild thoughts, very absurd thoughts as on date, but I hope we are going to convert them into reality in times to come. Thank you. I wish all the best for the sugar industry. Smiles all over. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mohan sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey, Secretary, Food and Public Distribution, Government, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, to please say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Mr. Sanjay Avasthi, Dr. Narendra Mohan, and all other dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, leading technologies. It's the 80th annual convention of actually professionals who drove this industry to the present level. No industry can grow unless technology continues to evolve, continues to innovate, and continues to change with the changing times. Sugar industry, sugar technology is no different. Many speakers have said, and that we also realize and we feel good about it, that the policies of the government have actually changed the face of the sugar industry. And if we see smiling faces sitting on the dais, off the dais, it has a lot to do with those forward-looking policies. But as I said, if you look back into history, civilizations have excelled, they have peaked to their glory, and those civilizations who have not changed or adapted to the changing times, they have also vanished. This is true with every industry. I am sure we have people of almost all generations sitting in this hall who have seen in their own lifetime how things have changed in music industry, video industry, telephone industry. What came, disappeared. You may be having a lot of gadgets at home, you don't know what to do about them. And this is what is going to happen in future also. And therefore, every successful industry invests more, thinks more in good times. And this time, which correctly mentioned, we are into our 75th year of independence, and next 25 years are going to be critical, and also Amrit Kal for India in terms of its demography, gains and advantages. And if properly used, then we can convert this into a huge opportunity globally. Next year, this year, we became the largest producer of sugar in the world. And next year, we will be the largest producer of human beings in the world. We would be the largest population country in the world, overtaking China. And by 2047, when we will be in our 100th year, we would be touching 160 crore, which would be highest ever number in any country anywhere in the world. Why I am mentioning this? It has some very serious implications looking at our land mass, looking at our water share. Globally, we are one of the lowest in terms of per capita population share. And therefore, onus on us to conserve life is nothing but energy. Let us be very clear. Everything which exists on this planet is a form of energy. And the only convertible energy source are the plants, who capture the solar energy through photosynthesis, convert into bioenergy, and we all are using that bioenergy basically to sustain this planet. Why I am making this very simple? You have to understand that the sugar cane and the related crops which are into sugar making are also crops which are taking the solar energy, and solar energy conversion process, photosynthesis, is not a very efficient process. But by sheer its scale, it is gigantic and supports the earth as a planet. So what is the message for the sugar industry? For the sugar industry, message is that right from farm to production, at every stage, how you are going to conserve energy, maximize use of that energy, that should be your continuous effort. And every incremental gain will be new lease of life for the sugar industry. This year, for the first time, impact of climate change on crops is very much evident. Earlier, we were measuring climate change through erratic rains, droughts, disasters. But what has happened this year globally, if you read literature, then right from United States to Australia to India to Russia to all parts of the world, the climate change has impacted the crop production globally. And this has very serious implications on mankind. And when I am saying mankind, India as the most populous country is going to have the biggest burden of this share. In the sugarcane industry, if you see the efficiency, then you are producing using the sugarcane and producing sugar. Initially, 90% revenue came from sugar. Now, ethanol and some others have also started contributing. And now, up to 80% is confined to only sugar, and rest 20% other sources are also contributing. But still, the concept of recycle, reuse and regenerate has to be fully made practicable in the sugar industry. That every part of the sugar cane that you use in the industry, how it can be used in the most efficient and effective manner. Use of bagasse for energy production by burning was also a very inefficient process, but that was one stage. And now I am told that some industries, couple of plants are using MVR technology, which is much more efficient, and it will help industry in saving lot of energy. And saving energy is basically maximizing your profit. Molasses still has lot of nutrients which have not been yet extracted from it. Recently, if you came across, about 15 days ago, formally we allowed potash as a fertilizer, and subsidy will be given as is being given to other fertilizers, even when it is coming from your ash. And there are many other possibilities that you can use, and technologists have to contribute. Your R&D and research has to scale up. You have to globally see what is happening in hydrogen technology, what is happening in ammonia technology. These are all going to be path-breaking changes which are going to come not very far from now. I see next 5 to 7 years. And the driving force is going to be energy. And you are sitting actually on heap of energy. Whether sugar cane or sugar or molasses or finally ethanol, everything is nothing but energy. And therefore, couple of thoughts that came to my mind, that our technologies, while being given this technology specific education and training, they should also have a module of the broader understanding of the ecosystem where the energy use, reuse policies globally are going and what are the opportunities for India and for sugar industry. Now, if you don't have that bigger understanding and perspective, then at times you miss on the bigger breakthroughs. And for achieving those bigger breakthroughs, it is important that we make our technologists also thinking about what policies can actually give them better returns, contribute not only to India but also globally, and how we can be self-sustainable in many other areas. So this is one thought which has been occurring to my mind, that technologists also have to be given orientation of the policy perspective to direct their research and efforts in the directions which can give them rather than incremental but leapfrog benefits. That is something which is very important. Second extremely important thing is that now sugar mills are getting converted into complexes of ethanol, which is going to come from multiple sources, grain, sugar, and always many of you have this thought in mind that how the ethanol blended fuel is going to compete vis-a-vis EV vehicles. I must share here, we are having a great conversation with all major global providers of EV vehicles and flex fuel vehicles. So these two are moving parallelly. And you as technologists have to understand that EV technology is a complete engine change technology, whereas the flexi fuel technology is a very minor tweaked technology in the existing combustion engine. And the assembly line in the world and the manufacturing capacity that exists globally and the investment that these companies have made is mammoth. And changing the complete assembly line for the EV vehicles is going to take time. And by that time, we don't know what new technology is going to come and going to disrupt the traffic system per se as a whole. Already you have started reading about personalized flying transport systems, flying taxis. You never know what. You have also started having technologies of your virtual presence, not VC, but through holograms. So you attend meetings as if virtually you are attending through your hologram, and you look face to face and you are as good as meeting physically, but you are actually not present there. It's only your hologram which is present there. Now what I'm trying to mention is that the technology will keep changing and keep changing fast. It is every decade the rate of obsolescence is actually doubling. For the sugar industry, in particular, this is the time for actually innovate and think ahead. You have reputed institute, NSI, VSI, Karnataka has also come up, and you have range of experience of octogenarians to people in their 20s and 30s who are part of this industry. The experience and the innovation of the young mind, they both have to be combined. then they give the best results. And use that experience of the generation that has invested a lot of time and effort in the industry, and use the young generation, because young generation, as you know, today when the child is born, we took time to handle mobile and various gadgets that came. But today that child, right from the age 1, he is not even 1 year old, he will start playing with mobile, with games, with video call, everything he can do. So, and this is what is happening with the new generation. And therefore, this hall has a lot of wisdom, has a lot of potential. You have to simply galvanize that. As far as government policies are concerned, they are policies that come from your side. They come from your suggestion. If industry continues to think big, if industry continues to think ahead, I am sure governments always will find some ways to achieve what industry is trying to suggest and do. So industry and governments always walk hand in hand. And this has been very amply demonstrated in last 3 years at least, where all the policy changes have been very successfully implemented by the industry. Government is making a vision plan of Vision 2047. Industry should come up with its vision for 2047. Because how you would like industry to see in 100th year of India's independence, you have to think now. And unless you think now, it will be difficult if any disruptive change happens, that how do you readjust your positions and your growth. So I'm very happy that today you decided to hold this convention in Goa. Goa, as you know, has highest per capita income in the country. And you are a prospering industry now. So it was very apt to hold this convention in India's richest per capita state. And we hope that this will get reflected into the performance of the industry, and you will also grow richer and richer and contribute to the society as well as nation. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर. लग रहा है हमारे चीफ गेस्ट की बातें ऑडियंस ने बहुत सीरियसली ले ली हैं. सीट्स बिल्कुल खाली है और अभी से ही सब गोवा घूमने की तैयारी में लग गए. वेल वी हैव द एंटायर इवनिंग टू विजिट गोवा एंड एंजॉय आवर टाइम. वी आर क्लोज्ड विद आवर session here. So to propose the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Mr. P.K. Belsare sir, Vice President STI, to please come on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. P.K. Belsare sir.
न रहो न निराश करो मन को, कुछ काम करो कुछ काम करो, जग में रहकर कुछ नाम करो, ये जन्म हुआ किस अर्थ को हो. आज साध्वी ज्योति निरंजन देवी ने हम लोगों को इतना मार्गदर्शन पूर्ण प्रबोधन किया है, मार्गदर्शन किया है और हम लोगों को उत्साहित किया है कि हम लोगों को कुछ करना चाहिए. एक्चुअली हम लोग कर रहे हैं, मगर मैं यहाँ पर वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देने के लिए बुलाया गया हूँ. Honorable Mr. Sudhanshu Panditji, Secretary Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. Honorable Ranjit Puri sir, Chairman Saraswati Sugar Mills. Mr. Sanjay Awasthi, President STAI. Professor Narendra Mohan, Director NSI. Mr. Shivaji Rao Deshmukh, Director General VSI, Mr. Nand Kumar, President STAI, R.L. Tamak sir, Executive Director and CEO, Sugar Business DCM Shriram Limited. Mr. Naren Savaikar is left already. Honorable Ishwar Bhai Patel, distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais, fellow delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the honorable guest, our Chief Minister of Goa, and Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti, Honorable Minister for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Rural Development, who have given their valuable time. Though they have shortage of time, they have come and they have given brainstorming session, and they have given us some very important clues about how to go about. Distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our delegates. After a span of 3 years, STAI, the association, has organized this 80th annual convention and International Sugar Expo in the beautiful and scenic city of Panji of Goa at full scale. And your presence reinforced the spirit of association to work together towards the advancement of this industry. I also thank all the distinguished guests who have spent their valuable time from their busy schedule to grace the occasion. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all this 18th annual convention of the Sugar Technologists Association of India. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank and express my gratitude to all the recipients of the various awards, which is acknowledgement of their hard work put in by them towards the growth and development of Indian sugar industry. This year, we have a good number of nearly 54 technical papers that will be presented and deliberated during the convention. These papers would provide a glimpses of technological innovation and technical advancement in the industry. I would also extend my thanks to the exhibitors who are displaying their products in the International Sugar Expo 2022 being organized by us in conjunction with the convention. I sincerely hope that the delegates attending the convention will take full advantage of the technical session and will also find time to visit the stalls of exhibitors who are the real backbone of the Indian sugar industry and encourage them. I would also like to thank the delegates who are attending the convention from across the country. I would also like to thank the distinguished speakers, captains of the Indian sugar industry, and their participation in large number. I am sure that you would find the program of the convention exciting and deliberations on the technical paper meaningful. My special thanks to and appreciation are due to the sponsors of various events of the convention, without which we could not have able to organize this mega convention. We look forward to your unflinching support in our future events and endeavors as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Mr. R.L. Tamak, Executive Director and CEO, Sugar Business DCM Shriram Limited, to please say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. R.L. Tamak.
आदरणीय पांडे जी, सेक्रेटरी फूड, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स एंड फूड एंड पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, श्री नरेंद्र मोहन जी, डायरेक्टर NSI, श्री संजय अवस्थी जी, प्रेसिडेंट STI, शिवाजी देशमुख साहब, नंद कुमार जी और ईश्वर सिंह जी, मैं ज़्यादा समय न लेते हुए केवल आज इस मौके पे जो आदरणीय सेक्रेटरी साहब ने जो बात हमारे सामने रखी है उसको थोड़ा सा इन्फोर्स करना चाहूँगा, और आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि कृपया ध्यान से जो उन्होंने आज अपने सारगर्भित भाषण में जो बातें कही हैं वो वास्तव में अनमोल वचन हैं। उन्होंने कहा है कि जो इंडस्ट्री को इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए आज की तारीख में, और 2047 का जो विज़न है कि आज़ादी के 100 साल बाद हमारा क्या दिशा होगी और क्या दिशा होगी और क्या विज़न होगा, उस पर अपने को विचार करना चाहिए। और ये बड़ा एक अच्छा मौका है हम सभी के लिए कि आइए हम विचार करें अपनी इंडस्ट्री के बारे में भी। आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोहन जी ने भी अपनी बात कही है कि उनके सपने हैं कि क्या क्या चीज़ें हो सकती हैं, क्या क्या चीज़ें विकसित हो सकती हैं, परंतु समग्र रूप से और बड़े एक फोकस्ड मैनर में हम सारे लोग निश्चित तौर पे आत्मावलोकन करें, चिंतन करें, मनन करें और सोचें कि इस इंडस्ट्री की स्वरूप कैसे हो सकता है, क्या हो सकता है। और जैसा कि शुगर केन क्रॉप एक वंडरफुल क्रॉप है, एनर्जी के लिए जो बात सेक्रेटरी साहब ने बहुत डिटेल में बात की है, वास्तव में इट इज अ वंडर क्रॉप फ्रॉम ऑल बाय ऑल मीन्स। और शुगर इंडस्ट्री जिसका भी आज हम आफ्टरनून सेशन में कि शुगर इंडस्ट्री बायो एनर्जी हब के रूप में कैसे विकसित हो सकती है, उस पर एक स्पेशल प्लेनरी सेशन है। और बायो एनर्जी हब बनने की पूरी संभावनाएं हैं और एथेनॉल ने हमें वो रास्ता दिखाया है। और आगे कई सारी असीम संभावनाएं हैं, जैसे बायो सीएनजी का स्पेस है या इवन पोटेशियम फर्टिलाइजर का स्पेस है, कई और भी स्पेस ऐसे हैं जहाँ पर बहुत सारी अपार संभावनाएं शुगर इंडस्ट्री में निहित हैं, जिसका कि अपने को दोहन करना है और उनको डेवलप करना है। तो सर जो आपने बात बोली है, 3-4 आपने जो की मैसेजेस दिए हैं इंडस्ट्री के बिहाफ पे, हम आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं आपको। नंबर 1 कि STAI भी उसमें एक मुख्य भूमिका निभाएगी कि एक विजन डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करें हम सभी लोग, और STAI भी इसमें एक फैसिलिटेटर की भूमिका निभा सकती है, क्योंकि एक मंच है जिससे कि हम एक विजन NSI के सहयोग से एक विजन डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करेंगे कि हम कैसे देखते हैं इंडस्ट्री को 25 साल बाद, कि कैसी इंडस्ट्री का स्वरूप होगा और क्या क्या टेक्नोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट भी हम कर सकते हैं। दूसरी बात आपने जो कही है कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे आत्मसात करें, कैसे अडेप्ट करें, और इनोवेशन और R&D को किसी भी इंडस्ट्री ने, किसी भी सेक्टर ने यदि आत्मसात नहीं किया, एब्जॉर्ब नहीं किया, इम्बाइब नहीं किया है, तो निश्चित तौर पे उसमें स्टेग्नेशन आ जाती है, स्वाभाविक बात है। तो इसमें भी जैसे STAI ने भी एक अग्रणी भूमिका निभाई है टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट में, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को कंसोलिडेट करके एक प्लेटफार्म पे ला करके, आज इस स्टॉल में भी आप देखेंगे सारे जो टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर्स उन्होंने अपनी अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी को डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया है। तो इसको टेक्नोलॉजी को भी नेक्स्ट लेवल पे कैसे लेके जाएं, इस बात पे भी विचार करेंगे। तीसरी बात जो आपने बोली है कि एक्सपीरियंस और एंथुजियाज्म को कैसे हम कंबाइन करें, क्योंकि सभी एज के ग्रुप के लोग हैं, पुराने लोग भी जिनके पास अमूल्य तजर्बा है, और यंग लोग भी हैं जो कि बहुत क्विकली टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं। उन दोनों को मिलाकर के हम कैसे और आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, इसकी भी संभावनाएं तलाशेंगे और इसका एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म भी डेवलप करेंगे कि कैसे हम इसको आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। 2 बातें सर आपने और बोली हैं कि क्लाइमेट चेंज एक रियलिटी है, और सूनर द बेटर वी रियलाइज दिस, इट इज़ ऑलरेडी नॉकिंग आवर डोर एंड एलिफेंट हैज ऑलरेडी एंटर्ड इनटू द रूम। दिस इज क्लियर। इस साल की जो प्रोडक्शन फोरकास्ट है, जैसे व्हीट के केस में 20% क्रॉप का जो यील्ड है वो ऑलरेडी घट गई है, और अब पैडी की जो प्रोडक्शन है इस साल, पैडी की प्रोडक्शन निश्चित तौर पर प्रभावित होगी। शुगर केन के केस में कम से कम ये ऑर्गेनाइज क्रॉप है, इंस्टीट्यूशनल क्रॉप है, इसमें जो इंटरफेस है फार्मर्स का और इंडस्ट्री का, वो एक 365 डेज के लिए इंटरफेस है, और ये बेटर मैनेज्ड इंडस्ट्री है। तो हम बायो एनर्जी हब के रूप में अपनी इंडस्ट्री को विकसित करके देश की जो ऊर्जा की जो डिमांड है उसमें कैसे आत्मनिर्भरता ला सकते हैं, उसमें एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका ये सेक्टर निभा सकता है। और इस मौके पर सर जो आपने पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क की बात कही, निश्चित तौर पे मुझे इस बात को कोई संकोच नहीं, हम हमेशा बोलते हैं, इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से भी आपको ये कई मौक़ों पे बोला गया है, इसमें सबसे बड़ा श्रेय पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क का है। जो आपने एक पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क जो दिया, जो कि एश्योर्ड था, प्रिडिक्टेबल था, और सारे जो बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स हैं पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क के, आपने इतनी खूबसूरती के साथ समय पे डिसीजन लिया है, इस बात के लिए सारी इंडस्ट्री आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती है। और जोरदार तालियों से मैं चाहूँगा कि सेक्रेटरी साहब का आप अभिवादन करें। गोइंग फॉरवर्ड भी आज ही अखबार में पढ़ा, एक्सपोर्ट की पॉलिसी के लिए आपने जो समय से डिसीजन लिया है, ये भी वास्तव में एक गेम चेंजर है। और गोइंग फॉरवर्ड सर, जैसा कि आज की तारीख में हमें पता ही है कि लगभग 40 मिलियन टन शुगर का प्रोडक्शन करेगी इंडस्ट्री। आज हमारी 27-28 मिलियन टन की उत्पादन वो कंजम्पशन है, तो 10-12 मिलियन टन हमारे पास चीनी अतिरिक्त है। और हमारे पास एक मौका है कि हम जूस टू एथेनॉल करके कैसे इसको आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। और जो सरकार का जो मैंडेट है कि 2025 तक 20% ब्लेंडिंग करनी है, निश्चित तौर पे शुगर इंडस्ट्री विल प्ले मेजर रोल and major contributor to the ethanol blending program of the country। और एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका एथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग प्रोग्राम में चीनी उद्योग की थी, है और रहेगी, और उसमें शुगर इंडस्ट्री बढ़ चढ़ कर हिस्सा लेगी। अंत में मैं सर आपको आश्वस्त करता हूं कि STI की तरफ से और शुगर इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से आपने जो 2 मार्गदर्शन दिया है, जो भी आपसे हमारी अपेक्षाएं हैं, निश्चित तौर पर हम उस पर खरा उतरेंगे। इस आश्वासन के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को समाप्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. I request all the dignitaries on the dais, and all the delegates to please rise for national anthem. This one's for the country, so please, we require your full attention. And all the delegates at the back of the Expo as well, I request all of you to please rise for national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you. We are now over with our inaugural ceremony. I request the dignitaries on the dais to please proceed for the inauguration of our Sugar Expo 2022, and I request others to please remain seated.
आइए सर। supplied more than 15.
जितना ट्रस्ट देंगे ना
पहले कुछ कंपनियों का
Sir, actually, we have developed this dust collection system. जो हमारे sugar send dust from the sugar particles. नहीं bin रहता है. bin के अंदर ही हमें dust होती है.
Going ahead with the spoiler dust.
उसके हिसाब से सारे कॉस्ट डिफरेंस कितना आता है
Basically, one is
Sir, we are working on two.
फोटो नाही काढणार. She was in Schneider, Germany. So this we started, let's say, 8 years back as a pellet manufacturing company. And very good.
Excellent.
From innovative products and prompt deliveries. STAI Reassurance, over almost half a century, has grown to become one of the largest manufacturers of sugar influences that can belt 6 tons of molten metal.
This is innovation.
I saw the first.
सर एक मिनिट तिथून सांगत आता लास्ट इयर भितून स्टाफ असतात त्यांना सांगा म्हणटा reduce the equivalent quantity. इसलिए हमने high viscous, high temperature, high speed boiler grade.
नहीं आप ही को करना होगा अभी भेजते हैं
कितने प्रोजेक्ट हो गए आपके
95 कंप्लीट हुआ है 115
हमारा तो एक ही है
Ladies and gentlemen, I request all the delegates to please occupy your seats. Delegates are in session. And in this session, we'll be having S.N. Gundurao Memorial Lecture and Mangal Singh Memorial Lecture. To chair the session, I would like to invite Mr. J.J. Bhagat sir to please come on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. J.J. Bhagat. And to co-chair the session, I would like to invite Mr. Vijendra Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Vijendra Singh. S.N. Gundurao Memorial Lecture will be delivered by Mr. Shivaji Rao Deshmukh, Director General, Vasant Sugar Institute. The topic of the lecture is Sustainability of Sugar Industry Beyond Sugar. For our Mangal Singh Memorial Lecture, the speaker is Mr. Vijendra Singh, Executive Director, Sri Renuka Sugars Limited, and the topic of the lecture is Growth of Indian Ethanol Industry and Learning from Brazil Ethanol Sector. So I request the speakers also to please join us on the dais. Mr. Shivaji Rao Deshmukh, Director General, VSI Pune. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Shivaji Rao Deshmukh. So I hand over the session to the chairman. So you may take the session forward. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I think by the afternoon standard, the gathering is not too bad. This shows that the kind of interest which most of you perhaps are evincing for the today's topic, and that primarily is today's topic, sugar industry beyond sugar. Sustainability of sugar industry beyond sugar. Yeah. This is being delivered by Dr. Deshmukh, Shivaji Rao Deshmukh, in memory of late Mr. S.N. Gundurao. I'm sure most of you, or maybe quite a large number of delegates who are present here, may be aware of Mr. S.N. Gundurao. But as a formality, I would still like to introduce Mr. S.N. Gundurao. Mr. S.N. Gundurao was the first director of NSI Kanpur, and thereafter he became the chairman of BIC, British India Corporation. I have rarely met, I did meet Mr. Gundurao on one or two occasions, and more so when he was staying in Kanpur at his Parvati Bangla Road. Mr. Narendra Mohan will tell me whether I am right, because he was staying at Parvati Bangla Road. और क्यों साहब नरेंद्र जी कहाँ रुके थे? I think it was Parvati Bangla Road or somewhere else. Gundurao? Yes, correct. Anyway, so, but you see, he was most famous for one instance. When we exported raw sugar, then the raw sugar consignment.
There is a medical emergency in the delegate. If any one of you is the doctor, kindly approach that person, please. There is a medical emergency, please.
That person will go in any case. So what I was trying to mention to you was that there was a consignment of raw sugar which was exported and was rejected for some reason. And it was then when Professor Gundurao went and made sure that he was able to convince the buyer that there is nothing wrong with the quality of the sugar that has been exported to them or sent to them. So that is one instance, I think, which most of us remember of what, like at that point of time, it was a big thing for any Indian to fight the white-skinned people, in the sense that he prevailed upon the Westerners to convince them to say that their findings are not right, and that the quality of our sugar is perfectly in order, and that they should accept it, and it was accepted. So
if I remember correctly, the lecture series of Professor S.N. Gundurao, I think that has been continuing for last maybe more than 40 years that I can remember. And we are very fortunate that our sugar industry had a person like him who could set an example to most of us in their later years. I am very glad today that we have Professor Shivaji Rao Deshmukh to deliver the talk in his memory. And I would request Professor Shivaji Rao Deshmukh to proceed with his talk.
I don't want to operate this.
आप नेक्स्ट बोलिए मैं
No problem. Good afternoon, everybody. You are aware that after such a heavy, sumptuous lunch, and that too very sweet dish, it's difficult for the listeners to pay any attention to what is being talked about, what is being said. Similarly, I have also the same problem. So, but we have to bear with that. And first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank Sri Sanjay Avasti, the chairman of STAI, and the council board for giving me this opportunity to be with you and delivering a lecture, rather my thoughts on this subject this afternoon. I was telling Sanjay that I am a bit odd person in the sugar industry. For simple reason, I am an administrator.
Deshmukh sir, just a moment. Mr. R. Prakash, do we have any family member or a person accompanying him? He's fainted outside and we've taken him to the hospital. Mr. R. Prakash. He's from Aishwarya Organics Private Limited. Any one of you who's accompanying him? I guess he's traveling alone. Okay, thank you.
Sorry. But however, he prevailed upon, and that's why I am before you here. Though I am associated with this industry for more than 30 years, in official capacity, in government, and now with the VSI. And the important aspect for me to get attracted to this industry is very simple. Because basically, I am a farmer. We have lands and we grow sugarcane for ages. Earlier we used to make jaggery, that is good, we call in Maharashtra, and now sugarcane. And everybody of you are talking about the industry. But so far the farmers are concerned, this is a very important crop for him. And reasons, those who are from the agriculture backgrounds having some connection with the sugarcane cultivation would know that it is a very sturdy crop. Very sturdy crop. It can withstand any problem. Secondly, there is assured market, 100% market, no storage required. And thirdly, and most importantly, is the price. It's a fixed price, guaranteed price, and government stands behind the farmers so far this aspect is concerned. Even during the Rangarajan committee deliberations, this issue cropped up and we made our presentation there also. And that's why this FRP remains, because the farmer's interest is very well protected. Now coming to the industry, number of speakers spoke in the morning. Many speakers and eminent personalities are here. Everybody is concerned and connected with the sugar industry, one aspect or the other. But I'll take a general view. For simple reason that this is a very important industry from the farmer's point of view. As it is, you can see around 5 million people are benefited, and more than 50 million sugarcane growers and their dependents are dependent on this industry. Historic production, we know, last year, next year it could be more. We call it cyclic. Yes, it is cyclic, no doubt. But Maharashtra it is typical cyclist because it is associated with the rain. And there are every 5 to 6 years, scarcity is there. So one more aspect is added to that. Consumption, everybody knows. Next. This year has been very good. I profusely thanked our secretary, Shri Pandey Sahab, for his contribution and government's really proactive role in this sector. But also thanks are due to the shortage of production in Brazil and Thailand and elsewhere. And there was a space created for India, and we could export around 90 lakh tons or maybe more, including our raw material, raw sugar which we converted. But let me tell you, this is an exceptional year. We may not get such an opportunity every time. And I agree with Sanjay Avasthi, he is not here. But the other day we met in Lucknow. And in his presentation, he made a statement. Very important statement he made, that nothing is permanent. So this is a very temporary phase, and we have to really prepare for any eventuality. This statement was first made by Lord Buddha in 6th century before Christ. Lord Buddha observed that there is nothing permanent, whether live or inert. Every day it is changing. Change is there. So this position, we should not be very complacent about it. It's a temporary phase, but it should not be forgotten that we have to create our own space. India will have to create our own space in the market. Next. Cogen. Cogen has brought some strength to the industry. Though, you know, our potential is more than 16,000 megawatts, but we harness on around 9,433. There are still projects in the pipeline. But what I perceive that cogen has limitations in future, because bagasse has, now scientists are coming with many novel innovations, and the bagasse need not be burned and wasted. It should be used for better purpose. And the best one is 2G ethanol. I'm happy to tell you that Praj is doing this work, 2G ethanol. VSI is also doing this work, ethanol, and we are hopeful another 2-3 years we'll be coming out with some good solution for this. What I mean to say, cogen has limitations. Second limitation is that the cost for generation and the cost government pays. The central government has one set of method to make payment, whereas the states have different methods. Maharashtra gets only 4 rupees 75 paise. It may not be sufficient to generate that much, but the real threat comes from the solar energy. Once the solar energy becomes cheaper, no wise person will invest in cogen. And though these projects are economically, environmentally more friendly and sustainable, but there are going to be limitations in this. And the industry has to take note of this. If the central government changes the policy about the solar, I would have been happy, Honorable Secretary would have been here. If there is a proactive policy for solar energy, then this bagasse can be utilized in a better manner. But those days are not very far. Next. Solar energy I really talked about. Next. Ethanol. Now, I think Mr. Vijayendra is going to talk in detail about this from Wilmar. So I will not dwell upon this point too much. But whatever figures we have got and what is our projection for E20, we are not going to produce enough ethanol to reach that target. Definitely not. Even there are limitations about the grain, damaged grains. Okay, damaged grains is a temporary feedstock. Considering of the food security, we will have to take more precautions to preserve grains. And then what about the raw material available for ethanol? So that has really thought up, and industry has to think about it. It is only industry can think about it. So there are limitations in production of ethanol. That's just I wanted to flag that issue. Next. This is a major area. Many people talk about it, but what is emerging? Whether it is really emerging and coming in the market. For example, take sugar. We are talking about organic sugar. In Datta Cooperative Sugar Mill in Maharashtra, they produce 9,000 kilo, I think, sugar trial basis, and there was no market. So these are limitations one must understand. Then liquid sugar, you see in the market, whether it is economical, flavor sugar, cube sugar, candy sugar, pharma sugar, there are many sugars. But do you find them in the market? Are they, can they be economically produced? Question mark. Bagasse, we talked about 2G ethanol, bioplastic, paper, cutlery, apparel fabrics, and so on. What is in the market? So this is the area to be probed. And this is a challenge before the scientist. Not only have a product, it should be financially viable product and affordable product. Then only it will find place in the market. Filter cake is there. Bio-CNG is working now. And all this filter cake, Bio-CNG, bio-wax, they will work. That is what it says. Molasses, yes. Boiler ash, we have just started. Just started in this. But we are not for a mass production in this. Next. So, biocircular economy is a very common phrase these days among the scientists. And it's a challenge. If you do this, nothing is required. The sugarcane, the energy crop, industry crop, have the circular economy and be enough. Nothing more is required. But it's a long, long journey. Long journey. A lot of investment has to go into it. And I don't think government will spend money for this research, but the industry will have to come forward. And the research organization need to be strengthened to do research in this area. Next. Processing, these are some success stories I just found out from the papers you write, and I read those. So from 50 to, you came down to 42 in Maharashtra. Even there are cases of 30 is there. One more aspect I came across, and we talk about it. I also raised this issue in the stakeholders meeting in Lucknow, that why not promote raw sugar directly for consumption? You sugar technologist, you are quite forward in this. What is the harm in eating raw sugar? It is cheaper, no government control. And it can be VHP or you call it anything. But you have to, scientist has to come forward and say, this is the product, I stand by it, it is healthy, not bad, eat it, like that. So somebody will have to build this. And the very important system, it applies to all. Everywhere, payment is made on sucrose content basis. Only in India, we pay on tonnage basis. Why? What are the limitations? It is the mindset. We'll have to change that. VSI produced one machine. It was costing around 2 crore rupees. There was no taker. Only Narmada Sugar took it, Gujarat. He only installed it, did not operate it. His recovery rose by 0.5%. But we'll have to really think about it. If you want to march ahead scientifically, this system has to be in place. Next. This is a new area for last 5-6 years. I think it started from 31st July 2007, to be precise. The time limit given by the Environment Department MOF ended on that day. And the environmental concerns are becoming challenging. And we have to be really, really worried, not fear, don't fear. Take the steps, come out of that, do the compliances. That's all. Next. Now, the environment management is also very important. There has to be system, auditing, and the area we don't touch so far is the life cycle assessment. This is a new area, and it needs to be attended to. This wastewater generation, there is always a debate goes on, and we are doing with that. A very important change, so far the distillery is concerned, we used to leave this paint wash in running water, either river or pond, and forget it. Even today, some people may be following it, I don't have idea. Then we go for composting. But in newer feature, the composting has to be abandoned completely. So that note you have to take seriously. Next. Now, coming to my favorite area, that is agriculture. When VSI was started, it was Deccan Sugar Institute. And then Gundurao was the first advisor to finalize the modalities, the system, place, requirement, labs. He did it for 5 years, and the Deccan Institute came to be established. And then his first director was Dr. Ramaiah, who was from NSI Kanpur. So both of them established this institute technically, maybe engineering, maybe alcohol technology, maybe instrumentation, all things. But it is only in 1986, Dr. D.G. Hapse, who was a sugarcane specialist, he came and he started this sector and started it in a very systematic way. And then in VSI now, we have breeding, we have agronomy, we have tissue culture, we have microbiology, we have pathology, we have soil sciences. All things are there because of Dr. Hapse. And I really pay tribute to these three giants, Mr. Gundurao, Dr. Ramaiah, and Dr. D.G. Hapse. Because of their efforts, initiative, input, hard work, VSI stands today and stands very tall. So foundation is very solid there. Secondly, whatever income we generate, we spend 65% in research. earmarked. So that's why we could do something about it. In coming to the agriculture, I find two areas very important but totally neglected. The one is the extension. Hardly there is any extension. Dr. Tamak will agree with me, he's from agriculture. The agriculture universities have a very limited scope for sugarcane and sugarcane cultivation. It must be there. But extension, totally absent. I remember Dr. Hafsay for that reason, because he moved from mill to mill to mill and started these extension activities. And that time, the sugar recovery in Maharashtra was highest, nearing 12. In Latur area, 12.15. Of course, with a good variety, that was COC 671. That is the highest sugar variety in the country. Now, because of the red rot, it is no longer there, leaving some parts about it. But these are the areas I point out, they are important. And these areas should not be neglected. I don't say they are neglected now, but they should have your attention, permanent attention on that. I don't think I should waste more time on that. But number one and number two are important. To have a constant recovery, we should have a varietal development program. Not only program, planting program and harvesting program. Unless that is in place, your recovery will not be maintained. And second important is that seed replacement. I will show it later. Then soil fertility is there, microbial inoculants is there, drip is there, then mechanization is a big area, very big area these days. And drone is coming up, protection. Fortunately, sugarcane is a sturdy crop, hardly any diseases. So that area, we are lucky that way. But the ratoon, we totally neglected, totally neglected. And the extension I did talk about, cane pricing I talked about. Next. Why I say so? Indian average is around 85, maybe 1 or 2 tons here and there. Maharashtra is 95 and Tamil Nadu 105. But if you do the sugarcane cultivation systematically by following agronomical practices thoroughly under guidance, easily, very easily, this yield can go more than 125 tons per hectare minimum. Minimum. VSI has taken consultation in a couple of mills in Maharashtra, where yield was about 80. Within 1 year, it was more than 130. We did nothing, only follow the correct practices, correct seed, correct planting, everything. And the name is Bhima Shankar Sahakari Sakar Karkhana, cooperative sugar mill. Bhima Shankar in Pune district. And we took only 18 lakhs rupees for the consultancy, though they are members. I said, no, if you want efforts, pay money. For 18 lakhs, if per ton increase is more than 20, well, then scope is unlimited. And this is important for India per se. Why? We are going to need raw material. We don't have additional land to come under cultivation. So we have to increase vertically, yield vertically. So if you raise from 85 to 125, 40 tons per hectare, you can do anything, do ethanol, do anything. No additional area is required. No additional water is required for this, I am guaranteed. Labor cost is going to be less, same labor cost. Only what is missing is the technique. And technique is available with you, with research organization. It is available with ISR Lucknow. It is available with VSI. It is available with SBI Coimbatore. But it has to be translated on the field. And the extension is needed. So my friend, those who are concerned with the agriculture, please bear in mind, we have to increase the yield per acre. That will save our land, save our water, save our fertilizers. At the same time, the income of the farmer will increase and more raw material will be available to the industry. That message I want to give. Next. This recovery I mentioned. Only 3 things are required in this. The correct selection of variety, best agronomical practices, proper harvesting at proper time, enough. Nothing more is required. Correct variety, agronomical practices, and harvesting time. That's all. Your recovery will 100% increase. That's what we follow. Next. Now these are the subsections. Soil is deteriorating very badly. In Maharashtra, I can say about 20% area under cane is now water standard. Nothing grows there. Salt pans are developed. But now again, I'll quote the Datta Sahakari Sakar Karkhana, the Datta Sugar Mill. They reclaimed last year 4,000 hectares. And the cost is 1 lakh per acre, so 2.5 lakh per hectare. After drainage system, about 45 tons of cane is grown in 1 acre there. It's a living example. So go and find out yourself. So this is a very important area because the valuable land cannot be created. So it can be reclaimed. This I want to tell you. And one thing here, that the carbon content in the land is decreasing. What do you do about it? Unless you do something about it, methodology you know, material you know, only we have to take care. So for that we have to reach to the farmer. I always say in Maharashtra, I don't know about India, that sugarcane is an orphan crop. It's totally orphan. Neither government takes care of that, neither sugar mill takes care of that, neither farmer takes care of that. Once planted, his job is done. Why it should help you, tell me? Why it should help the farmer? Why it should help the mill? Why it should help the government? Take care. It's really wonderful crop, I tell you. Very wonderful crop. But nobody is talking about it. We are only talking about the use of byproducts and all. But have enough raw material. And that is very simple methodology. Whatever you spend that much and take the double benefit. The second observation I want to make. Next. This has been proved. No proof is required. It saves water 50%. It increases yield up to 20%. It saves labor cost on weeding and etc. Nothing more can be said about this. Next. Next. This important issue I really want to touch upon. This is in cane cultivation most neglected. Nobody is worried about the quality seed. And that is the basic. I quote example of Maharashtra. Normally we have 10 lakh hectares under cane. 60% is plant cane, 40% is ratoon. And the ideal seed replacement ratio is 1/3. It could be 3%, but 1/3 pakro. So every year we must have new seed in 2 lakh hectares. And what is the requirement? 200 hectares breeder seed, foundation seed 2,000 and certified seed to 20,000. What is available? Only 75 against 200 plus tissue culture plant 1 million. We want 2,000 hectares, but we are having only 750 plus tissue culture 820. See the gap. And the wider gap becomes your certified seed. We need 20,000 hectares certified seed. We have only 8,900. Very wide gap. How can you expect the recovery to go up? How can you expect the yield to go up? This is just an eye-opener. I thought I will share with you. Next. This I said. Next. This molecular new tool has come. We have got that. And we are using it for developing drought-tolerant variety, salinity-tolerant, pest and productivity. This is a new area, very good area. And scientists are being trained in this. It will take some time, but very scientific basis, it can be done. Next. This is, I am trying to inculcate the scheme of tissue culture technique. You know that VSI produces every year 15 lakh tissue culture plants, 15 lakh. Plus we have a demand from UP for 238, then 118 from some sugar. We also do that. But this has to grow. No doubt it is costly in the beginning. You know that to develop one plant, tissue culture, I require 12 rupees. But I charge only 7. 3 rupees I incur loss for a simple purpose that let it go to the field. So this we have to really think about it. And this was started one time, I think, late President Abdul Kalam had come to VSI to open this laboratory of tissue culture. That time, I wasn't there. There was, that is on record, but by using tissue culture plant, your recovery can increase by 36%. I am putting it less here. Putting it less purposely. Next. Then these are integrated pest management. And only one message, let us not use chemicals. Use biological control measures. They are effective, I tell you. They are really effective. Next. This mechanization point I already touched upon. Next. Ratoon management, I already said that this is a totally neglected aspect. Nobody bothers about it. But if you really take care, 5 ratoons are taken in Maharashtra. And you will be surprised, first and second ratoon yield was more than the plant care, provided proper care is taken. In my own land, I took 5 ratoons of my own variety developed by VSI, just to ascertain the claims they make. But we really neglect it. Next. This is one area I thought, what happens? Research organizations are really short of funds. If you don't have funds, you don't have good people. You don't have good scientists. And scientist is always born. He must have that bent of mind of researching something, doing something original, finding something. And there is no time limit for that. And I am one person, I believe that there should not be any time limit in research. Let it take for 10 years, 20 years. It takes time. But then we need financial support for that. Fortunately, VSI don't have that problem. My scientists are free to take any projects. They can appoint any staff they want. So I have given them the free hand. Let's hope something good will come, and I'm confident something good will come. But research organizations should be supported, not for money. Industry should be part of that. Industry should have a strong feeling that this organization is ours. They should do something for us, and we are party to it. Unless they come together, you can't expect better results. Can't expect. That idea of ownership, owning something, is something fantastic. And I would request all industries that get associated with any research organization, any, go closer to them, understand their problems. They will also have direct knowledge from you. They will also understand the areas where research is required. Need not be original research, basic research. Operational research is also very important. So it's my sincere and humble request to industry, please join some organization, research organization of your choice. But let us strengthen this wing. Next. Now, to conclude, we have to be competent. Otherwise, we will not survive. So we need to innovate, putting in investment, and we have to really manage it professionally. Then research and development is a continuous process, and industry should contribute or associate with this activity. There should be continuous interaction and continuous dialogue, coordination among all these research organizations, and human research development for the extension purpose is the need of the hour. Next. So all stakeholders, growers, processors, consumers, and most importantly the government have to play a proactive role to assure the country to protect interests of each stakeholder and make the sector strong and efficient. Last couple of years are very good, and I place on record my appreciation and thanks to the central government. And Honorable Secretary is not here because of his proactive role. Industry has been sailing through very nicely. We should always remember these good days. But if we stop here, if we become complacent, we may go back and face problems. So with these words, I wish you all the success in your pursuit, and thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you very much.
It was a very informative talk by Mr. Deshmukh. In fact, you see, when we are just after lunch, somebody was trying to comment on him, telling him that he is not a bureaucrat and that he is more than a bureaucrat. He's turned into a scientist, or he's trying to, he's a professional now, a thorough professional now. I thought that maybe that he's just trying to please him by saying all these words about Dr. Deshmukh. But now, after hearing him, I find that, you see, he really meant it. You see, nobody can imagine the kind of knowledge sharing he has done with us now, just now at this moment, that he is a bureaucrat, he has been an ex-IAS. He is completely grooved into agriculture, into science, and more than that, into marketing. He has very clearly mentioned to us as to how the institutes should be given importance, and the institutes should be considered as one with the industry if you really want to get anything worth out of the institutes. Now, in the various issues that he has raised, I'll just talk about two issues, and then I'll hand it over to my co-chairman, and that is regarding the value of land. Now, you see, what is happening is this, that we had done some studies, and what we concluded was that, you see, it is a monetization of sugarcane which is important. So when we talk about sugarcane and the efforts of any various mills, we should talk in terms of as to what value addition or how much monetization of sugarcane is being done in a particular plant. A few analyses have shown us that a few group of factories like Balrampur or Triveni or maybe Dalmia, the monetization of cane is about not more than 5,000 rupees per ton. You see, it's despite of the best efforts. Even DSCL, I was talking to Mr. Tamak also, you see, even DSCL, the monetization of sugarcane is not more than 5,000 rupees a ton. That means that after paying 3,400 towards cane price, what you're left with 1,600 to meet all other expenses and the profits. So our target should be on monetization. Can we reach to 5,500? Can we reach to 6,000? And more than that, you see, what I would like to mention is that sometime back, when we were talking about yield per hectare, then somebody said, no, 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 this yield per hectare is a very old kind of this thing. We should talk about sugar per hectare. The yield per hectare doesn't make any sense. It should be sugar per hectare. But after what Mr. Sudhanshu Pandey said in the morning, that we are sitting on piles of energy, I think what we should talk about is kilojoules per hectare. You see, what we should talk about is kilojoules per hectare, not even cane per hectare or sugar per hectare. It should be kilojoules. How much energy you can extract out of the per hectare of land, whether it is through 2G or whether it is through monetization of molasses or anything else for that matter. So I think our number should be from henceforth as to how much energy you are trying to get out of 1 hectare of land. This is one area, one marker. I think that will give us an idea as to the way to go and the extent to which we can go ahead. The second point which he was trying to say was about marketing of raw sugar. Like that raw sugar should be allowed for domestic consumption in the open market. Now, this is a very good idea, no doubt. And I think the earlier we start talking about it, the better it is. Because I remember, when we started talking about ethanol, it was in 1990. I still remember we had a convention in Agra when we started talking about mixing of alcohol with petrol. And the Indian Oil Corporation's team had come, R&D team from Faridabad had come to talk about it. And it has taken us 30 years to really implement it. So if we start talking about market of raw sugar, I think the earlier we start doing it, the better it is. And I agree with him that once raw sugar is acceptable for human consumption in the open market, then a lot of other things automatically are wiped off along with that. And then the industry will be on a better footing. So these are two important issues which I would like to mention before I hand over the mic to my co-chairman.
Thank you, sir. Very informative, very educative presentation made by Mr. Deshmukh. Hello, working? Very informative and very educative presentation made by Mr. Deshmukh. And he touched very important points in our presentation, primarily on the cane side, about starting the seed from the carbon reduction in the soil, ratoon treatment, and if these advices are followed to some extent, I think we can create a lot of ethanol and cane also both. And we have seen this example in UP where the new cane variety changed the whole UP scenario. The production of UP almost doubled and no limit today even. I don't know whether we have reached the limit or still we have more things to go. He very rightly said that energy is important, and my personal view is that sugar industry will witness a lot of energy requirement, which not because energy, because of green energy. When you talk of now data warehousing, we talk of hydrogen production, we talk of ethanol reduction in import, we talk about the coal reduction, everybody look around to the sugar factory. If we can generate more power, green power from bagasse, it reduce the pressure on the coal consumption in the country. If you produce more ethanol, it reduces the consumption on the gasoline. And when we are seeing the evolution of electric vehicle, ultimately EV will need a lot of power. From the power will come from where? If we go back to the same coal source, it doesn't make any improvement in the carbon reduction. So that time also we look to the sugar industry to produce more power. Somebody asked me, how sustainable you are? I said, we are 100% sustainable. We don't use anything outside the world. We have everything in-house. So it's a great learning, and I think if industry pick up some of the important point, it will help a lot. Thank you. Anyone have any question? You can. Any comment, any suggestion? Most welcome. Mic देना उधर.
It is just a suggestion because chairman was talking about, how to, what sort of marker we should have. Because earlier people used to talk about the yield, then we started talking about sugar per hectare, you are talking about energy per hectare. I think we should talk about revenue per hectare. How much revenue is coming? Because economics is important, so we should talk about how much revenue can come from 1 hectare of the land. Second important issue regarding the consumption of the raw sugar. I think we are debating or trying to create awareness from the last more than 8 years from National Sugar Institute on different forums. We are talking to come out why we people cannot consume raw sugar, because people in many other countries, they are consuming raw sugar, fortifying it as well. My perception or narrative is slightly different why we should call it as a raw sugar. It is a raw sugar when we are using it as a raw material for making the refined sugar. It is not a raw sugar in fact. It is a sugar which has been produced with lower quantity of the chemicals. So that way it is more natural and healthier. So if we just change the nomenclature and that way if we pack and we market, I think this can catch up the market in times to come. Thank you. Yeah.
I think, can we have a standard for this sugar?
Yeah,
if we have the standard, then obviously we can produce.
There are.
NAM is important. Because my worry today is I have sugar in the market and somebody, it has impurities, it has this impurities, that impurities. And if you have standard for this, then the discussion is over.
Actually, what is happening, once you have a product, only then BIS or FSI, they are taking a call in the matter to have the specification or standards for that. Today we have number of sugars for which we do not have any standards from BIS or FSI. Maybe brown sugar. Now from BIS we are making standards for both brown sugar, low color, dark color. Now we have standards for the liquid sugar. Now we have standards for the demerara sugar as well. So I think in times to come we are going to have the standard for this kind of the sugar. But firstly we should have a nomenclature for that. Sir, आम आदमी और आप मैं तो नहीं बोल पाऊंगा तो but I can say yes, it is more healthier and natural sugar, so that way we can brand and we can market.
Deshmukh ji, first of all, my compliments to you for giving such a comprehensive, informative lecture. And you always speak from your heart. You are passionate and you have demonstrated your leadership to the entire sector, and VSI has really developed like anything under your leadership. I have two suggestions to make it more comprehensive. If you see the policy framework, output side, it has been tackled very well. Like for example, whether it is sugar or it is ethanol, government has taken very good proactive policy steps, and it is helping the sector. But however, if you go towards input side, there is a lot more to be done. For example, Vijendra ji has just talked about variety, that variety is a game changer. You have also mentioned in your lecture. So now there are so many research institutes and everybody is working, I will not say in isolation, but not in a cohesive manner also. It is not. And variety can change the whole scenario like anything. It is a game changer. For example, we have seen in 238. So at national level, because sugarcane is very critical and vital for the sustainability of ethanol blending program for the country, which is very vital for the sector, for smallholders. So on research part, how can an effective interface of industry with researchers can be developed under central control? Because now research comes under Agriculture Ministry and sugar comes under Food Ministry. So there are two ministries involved. So there is no apex body per se who has the central control and monitoring of the developments in research, particularly breeding of varieties. That is one area. Similarly, in mechanization and water conservation, there are different set of policies all across the states. Various governments have different schemes. Here also some centralization is required so that policies at central level are formulated and then replicated and implemented all across the sector in a cohesive, consistent and methodical manner. This is the suggestion. Thank you very much.
Any more question or we close the session this? I have one. Please give the mic.
Hello, announce your name, please.
Myself, Bokhare. First of all, I congratulate Deshmukh sir for. I think they have to increase. So, myself, Bokhare. First of all, I congratulate Deshmukh sir for very exhaustive presentation, touching to all the points to make the sugar sector more sustainable. My one point here, as told by Narendra Mohan ji in the morning, that we should dream for certain things. In his language, can we dream for round the year operation of sugar mill? Because now it's a seasonal operation and sugar is manufactured during only sugar season, and it's a more than half year is idle period for that sector. We had not suffered a lot when we are manufacturing only sugar. But when we are going for ethanol production, we have to ensure the oil companies to supply ethanol throughout the year. So our first target to operate sugar mill to produce ethanol around the year, and in second phase, can we dream for operation of sugar mill around the year? Thank you, sir.
You want me to answer? यहाँ से Mr. Bokhare, are you audible? Am I audible? I will tell you the story of Einstein, the great Einstein. Einstein was invited for a lecture at one place. You must be knowing it. I'm just repeating it. And his driver was telling, what is great? I heard you so many times. So this time I'll give the lecture. Einstein said, okay. Then driver came, went to the dais, maybe imaginary also, but I'll tell you the story. And lecture was over, fine, received very well. Then somebody asked the question. Then the driver said from the dais, this such a small question my driver will answer. So he pointed at the Mr. Einstein to answer that. Same thing will happen with me. I told my limitations. I am not a scientist. But practically I can give a solution. Certainly. We have a capacity to run our distillery for 30 days minimum. How? 300 days. We have designed like that. So how many days are left? 65. What is your break days when your industry doesn't work? So we have to find out ways and means to store the juice or the molasses or the syrup. But it has to be economical. It has to be economical. Juice we cannot store. So during the crushing period, use the juice, make the syrup, store it. That can be worked out. And in VSI, we have really worked out that. I don't know whether you were there, but we have found out a solution to that. Only one thing, one message I forgot to give, we have to stop sea molasses totally. No production of ethanol from sea molasses, henceforth. Stop it completely. B, and from juice. For juice also, It was earlier mandatory to have incineration boiler, but now the dry technology is also there. I have seen one dry technology in Narmada sugar working very well. So the cost will also come down. You don't need incineration boiler also. So things are changing. And I think within a year or two, things will move smoothly. I'm very confident about it.
You see, just to add on to this, the time is very limited. I'll just take 2 minutes. You see, when I was in the Department of Science and Technology in the Sugar Technology Mission, we had a secretary by the name Arun Sinha. Maybe Mr. Narendra Kumar would be knowing him, Narendra Mohan. That Arun Sinha, he was from National Dairy Development Board. And he told me that, Bhagat, if we can get the milk from the field and process it in the factory, why can't we get juice from the sugarcane field and process it in the factory so that it can run 12 months a year? So I said, no, sir, it is not possible. He said, no, you people, you have a very fixed mind. You can't think of different ideas. And then after a few days, he tells me that he went to Lucknow and he talked to some scientists in ISSR. And he said that there is a preservative which can preserve juice in the factory and you can run the plant for the whole year. And why don't you go to Lucknow and talk to him? So I went to Lucknow, I went to Mayfair, I saw a movie, I went to Qualities, I had some lunch there, I had some discussion here and there, and I came back and I told him that, sir, you are very right. There is a chemical which can preserve the juice or syrup, and there's no difficulty in that. He said, look, I told you. You see, you people have fixed mind. Then, sir, what should we do? Then you take out the juice in the field and bring it to the factory. I said, how about the bagasse? Because the bagasse will be left in the field, na? So what do we do with the bagasse? He said, you bring that to the factory also. I said, you bring the whole cane to the factory also then. Then only he stopped. But this went on for 2-3 months. Should we end it? Any more questions, please? Just last question.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
Atul Kumar Agrawal, Chief Technical Officer from Samirwadi Godavari Biorefineries. I would like to know why every people is forcing to store their syrup in off-season, while it is very much clear that people can utilize syrup during the whole season, and we can meet demand at a certain quantity of raw sugar during season, and we can store, while every infrastructure is available with us and no capex is required. We can use available structure for making raw sugar. Even in case of production of raw sugar, our steam consumption, power consumption, everything can be reduced, and plant capacity will also increase. So I am not understanding why people are forcing or always telling to store the raw syrup. In case of storing the raw syrup, a lot of infrastructure and capacity involved. We have to meet suppose our capacity is 400 KLPD, and now we are going for 600 KLPD distillery. So to run the syrup on syrup one or of 600 KLPD distillery, almost 58,000 ton raw syrup will be required. So we have to make 4 number of tank of capacity 15,000 ton almost. So we have to invest more than 20 crore rupees. While if we produce the raw sugar, and if suppose we produce raw sugar, we have all the option. We can convert it into the refined sugar if you have a refinery, or you can convert you can sell as a raw sugar to the international market or wherever it is required, or you can convert into the ethanol. So what is the option? Why we should go for the syrup instead of making raw sugar in the plant during the season?
It's a good idea, but you have to see the economics of storing syrup or storing raw sugar. When you try to store syrup, you save a lot of cost on processing like pan boiling, centrifuging, your packing material, then storing the raw sugar in the warehousing. All costs are nullified. But when you produce raw sugar, obviously you have many options, but you incur these costs separately. Then when you convert raw sugar to ethanol, there will be additional cost of melting, you need a lot of steam. So it's a matter of economics only. Technically it's possible.
Okay, thank you.
No, so, Vedant has one question.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sirs. Sir, 2 questions. One is that today India is one of the leading exporters of molasses in the world market. and that if we export almost 1.3 million tons of sea molasses in the world market, which translates to almost 22 to 25 crore liters if you translate that. Yes, the government has put an export ban, export duty on it, but that is not sufficing because the prices which these people are getting in EU and the European countries and Middle East is way more. So we are sacrificing 20 to 25 crore liters there of ethanol. If we can harness that in the system, that is way more economical for us, because today we also know making ethanol from C-heavy for a sugar factory is the most economical, but because of want of raw material, we are going to B and syrup and all these things. So shouldn't we be focusing on this aspect? That's point number one. Point number two is a delegation just went from ISMA and the other places to Brazil. So what they do is they do not make syrup and then make ethanol out of it. We do that. I feel there's a lot of energy which goes in to making this syrup. Then you again dilute it back in the distillery at 22 bricks. You take a 60 bricks and dilute it to 22. So instead of doing that, what they do in Brazil is they take juice and the concentrator is molasses. Yes, in the present policy, this is a little difficult. But in terms of technical, I mean, Bhagat Saab and everyone will be able to know that much better than me. But energy efficiency is a big question mark. These two things I just thought I'll bring to your notice. It's just a comment, and if you want to say anything. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll comment on both.
Yeah,
Molasses export has been very tricky issue, and we know that we have discussed many forum. We are discussing many forum here, and there was no consensus on this. However, so far, molasses export has been favored to help the factories which don't have distilleries. They have been crying, if we block the export, our relation will drop down, our health will reduce. So that is one point, but that is temporary point. It's a matter of time only. About juice to ethanol and syrup to ethanol, actually Brazil has an entirely different setup. In Brazil, they concentrate up to 30 brisk only and take it to the distillation. If we try to copy the same brisk in India, we have a lot of effluent load. And getting that effluent load is become unmanageable when distillery is on high capacities. In Brazil, whatever effluent is come out of the distillery is directly go to the field and is sprayed as a fertilizer. And it is possible with two reasons, that there are the big farms owned by the either factory or big farmer, they love to have this fertilizer. In India, still a fertilizer, this biofertilizer is not preferred by the farmer, by the I don't know, the reason is different here. I hope I clarified the point. Thank you.
Yeah,
okay, let's close this session. Okay, Dani.
Yeah, earlier somebody had raised the issue of use of raw sugar for the production of ethanol. Yeah, it is possible, but economically we have to think, because yeast will require some nutrients which are not available in the raw sugar. This we have to think. I mean, molasses, there are nutrients are available, so it is possible to make it economically. So cost of the nutrient, also cost of the water we have to add, and both we have to check the economy, then only it is possible to produce the ethanol from the raw sugar. Technically it is possible, but...
Mr. Dani, we are going to have a lecture on ethanol, so you can ask all these questions in that. I think we are shifting our subject from his subject to ethanol. Yeah. Tamak Sahab, why don't you chair the session, the next session? Come. He will be co-chairman and he is the person who will do it.
We talk about, Chairman, can I start?
Yes, please.
We talk about sugar. Let's talk about the alcohol also. Not that alcohol. Alcohol is not for drinking, for burning. So we have been an industry which have been traditionally producing sugar last 4-5 years before, and we have many issues we crop up because of this single production pattern. We'll see one by one what happened that time. Primarily, the excess sugar production, sugar price disparity, and ultimately it affected the health of the industry. If you see, look at the data of last almost 30 years, we have been producing more cane, increasing cane, as well at the same time, yield per hectare also increasing. If you see last 4-5 years, it's matured, yield has matured very well. It is now in the range of 70 to 80 ton per hectare. Though area has a little bit stabilized now, one of the reasons of area getting stabilized was that farmer not getting paid in time in many places. So the discouragement with the farmer, they switch out to the other crop. There was no money to invest in the cane fields, so it happened that way. So what happened by this traditional way of running the industry, where we produce sugar? So over the year, we kept on building the stock of sugar, producing more. You can see the number of production. It's from 325 lakh ton to 360 lakh metric ton. And closing balance was from 100 to 145, 107, 80, and this is the only year which have 66. So traditionally, we have been carrying a lot of stock end of the season, and it affected our cost of production in terms of interest on the carrying cost. So we are producing and putting in the warehousing, and we don't know where to build more warehousing. So what happened? Find the solution. So this is a problem earlier. Before we switch out to ethanol, the surplus production, high production cost, delayed cane payment, high inventory carrying cost, and low price of sugar. When you produce more than demand, obviously price will go down. And industry was in a big problem. So industry as well as government, they started brainstorming about this situation. I remember one point of time sugar was selling at 22 rupees a kilo, not long back, somewhere in 18. And cost of production was 30 rupees a kilo. So no way business can support this kind of disparity in the market, in the cost of production and price. So we all sit together and different solution came out. Export, reduce cultivation of sugarcane, or higher sugar price. Export was not possible because our cost of production is very high. Not that industry was inefficient. Our cane price has been traditionally higher than the world market. And we know that these are all political compulsions, and we have to have that way because we have to support the farmers also. To reduce the cane area under cane, cultivation cane is not a good option, because today a farmer gets the best revenue from the cane as compared to any other crop. It's a healthy, it's a very strong crop, require minimum attention by farmer, and it doesn't need any marketing effort. He simply cut the cane and deliver to the factory, will get paid, so it's very easy for them. Not a good solution. Then third was to increase the sugar price. So there was a move to have MSP 31 rupees a kilo, so start increase that price. But you know, when godowns are full, you need money to run the factory. This kind of control never worked. So every time you put some number, some price, and everybody start breaking it next day because they need money to run the industry. So all options are not very good. So finally, industry and government worked out a formula. Why not we look back to ethanol again, which has started 2003. And when we look at ethanol option, it was a very good in all angle. It is a environment friendly product. It reduces the pollution. It can be supplied easily because inventory cost reduces, and demand was unlimited because you are replacing petrol. Petrol is, demand is huge. So it's a good solution. Just a what is blending, and you have the cane, you have fermentation, purification, then you blend it and it go to the petrol pump. Very simple demonstration how ethanol moves. So ethanol program was launched in 2003, but last 10 years from 40 up to 14 was not moving really. There's nobody looking at it seriously. Though industry was in a big problem, but still it never taken up seriously. 2014 onward, there was a very good effort by the government, by oil industry. Initially there was a resistance from the oil industry. They thought it's a headache, why should we have this problem? But finally, with the efforts of everyone, stakeholder, they were agreed and they started moving in the tandem with the requirement. So 22 we achieved 10% and 25 we need to achieve 20%, which is from the original deadline of 2030. And at present we achieved only 10% only achieved this year. If you see the demand side, for 20% we need 1,000 crore ethanol. And we are only producing 450 crore liter today. So need to go double. What is holding us to have double production of ethanol? We have the raw material, we have cane, we have sugar which excess. We are exporting 10 million or 11 million ton of sugar, which can easily convert it to ethanol. So it can give us another 200 crore or ethanol. But obviously, going beyond 700, 800 crore liter, we need to think differently. Something more need to come. Maybe grain alcohol may need to come, or 2G need to come. Or we have more cane area, which can be planted only for ethanol. That could be a policy by states or by the concerned government, where they allow cane for ethanol, and this cane may be not so high recovery cane. So for that we need a separate treatment, should be out of the cane control mechanism. Anyway, these are all possibilities we can discuss. This is a blending scenario. We have grain also coming in. There is a Niti Aayog paper. So I'm not very alignment with this paper, primarily because getting grain alcohol will be challenging, but as the grain market is very dynamic and it clash with the food security. So this advantage we have. We are liquidating all inventories. You can see from the table I showed that our liquid inventory today is only for equivalent to 3 months, 60 lakh ton. So what is going to change, and what we can do? Think about industry will look like. We need to invest 4,500 crore minimum to get to EBP level. This number is a little aggressive. 2,000 crore already invested in the industry. We have employee stakeholders happy about this. Timely payment to the farmers. Farmers also get happy. Sugar price may become market driven better. Employment generation, and it gives the contribution to the economy also. So a win-win situation for everyone, for the government and for the industry both. The roadmap we discussed, we need to have 20% all positive impact will have the ethanol, CO2 emission reduction, lower hydrocarbon emission, payment to the farmer, sugarcane diversion, and the saving of forex. If we go to E20, my estimate is that we save 40,000 crore or 50,000 crore. The government has been very supportive in here. They have sanctioned a soft loan for the capex, which is a primary requirement for the ethanol production. They keep on coming the notification about blending, ratio, taxes, everything. Now they are working with the automobile industry to go to 20 flex, to have flexi car for suitable 20 E20 and also flexi car. So policy has been in place and is helping a lot in EB program. Some of the recent development, one delegation went to the Brazil to understand what they do. Continual tracking of ethanol supply, demand. So whenever we have some problem, there is an intervention of the top level, and these problems get resolved immediately. There is side by side, there is some scheme about the rice. I mean, this is all part of the process. This is the current blending percentage state-wise. So you can see most whole big state have already achieved 10%. Current situation, only 274 crore litre have been supplied out of 441 contracted. I believe this 441 will be delivered this year. Now, let's see, we talk about 450 crore, we are very, very good, we are large, but if you see the Brazil number, this 440 crore is equivalent to their 1 month production. So we have a long way to go that level, though the cane production is not 1.5 times. We are now, they produce over 600 million ton of cane, but their diversion to ethanol is 50% or 40%, depends upon the year to year, but about 50%. So we can, if we can go to 50% in our country, we can at least go to 50% at this level. About the price, our price has been higher than the Brazilian price, primarily because our cane price is high. Our ethanol footprint right now, you can see the green, but 20 to 25, we believe that it will go to the other states, and you have many other states coming into the ethanol blending program which produce ethanol either from cane or from grain. What is the challenge we have? Now, primary challenge is industrial capacity. We still have short of industrial capacity. Because we are exporting 10 to 11 million ton of sugar, if we have capacity to convert that sugar to ethanol, then we export requirement will reduce and market of sugar price may further improve. We have problem storage. We are not equipped to store ethanol for whole year. What we do, we produce 6 months and try to supply in 6 months. There will be some bottleneck on the vehicle side also, where we go to 12%. There will be some reservation from the industry, but I think they are tuned to it. This should not be a big problem. Grain-based ethanol is, we have our challenges because grain is a food, direct food, and any price movement in grain will make the ethanol blending, ethanol production from the grain difficult and maybe uneconomical also. Third point will be effluent management. So as you produce more ethanol, you need more industry, you have more ethanol to be handled. But with the new technology, with the dryer, with boiler, I think this is manageable, and rather we are recovering potash out of that, which is a valuable fertilizer. So grain base, yes, we discussed this grain, rice, maize, millet, anything can be used. Flexible cars. So there is a challenge here because when you produce more ethanol, you need somewhere to consume the ethanol also. And we may have to go beyond 12%. So when we go more than 12%, there will be major change required in the automobile, in cars and bikes. And second challenge would be to compete with the electrical vehicle. But electric vehicle need a lot of investment, and they need a new engine. For them, charging station is still a challenge. And investing totally in new car will become maybe prohibitive up to some time. So my thought process is that initially flexi fuel car will be more popular than electrical vehicles. The passenger car market is booming like anything. If you can see our India and China, it is expected that by 40, the market, Indian car market will grow by 6 times, 5 to 6 times. So there is a huge demand for the ethanol and petrol. Let's go to Brazil model, what they do. So Brazil is the highest producer of ethanol after US. US is mainly corn. They started the Pro Coal in 1975. They said almost 590 million tons of CO2 since they started. And ethanol production are deregulated. Currently, 27% is the mandatory blending in Brazil. So all petrol you buy should have 27% ethanol compulsorily. They launched the flexi fuel car in 2003. So this technology is not so great. I mean, already tested in Brazil. So any car manufacturer can manufacture this flexi car. So no light vehicle running on petrol per se, either it will be 27% blending or 100%. Just to get an overview of what Brazil industry look like, they produce 34 million ton of sugar. Obviously, they are now not number one like we are number one now. 29 billion of ethanol as against 4 billion of our production. So it's almost 7 times more than us. 20 billion of gigawatt of green power for industry. In terms of revenue, 360 mills, generating of 40 billion of revenue. 690,000 employment and 2.1 million direct employment. 70,000 growers, and their earnings 10 billion of forex from this sugar export. So what is the difference between India and Brazil? From the cane side, I think main issue is that they have the bigger farms. If a farmer has 100 hectare land, he cannot do farming in Brazil. He has to go out of the business. Why? Because there is no manpower available to do work in his farm. So we need to have machine. Right from planting, cultural activities, harvesting, transport, everything is totally mechanized. So the farmer has machine to do all the operations, and he cannot afford these machines, so he need to go out. So economical farm size should be 200 hectare to 1000 hectare. There are some farmer who I interacted, that 2,500 hectare cane. It means one farmer can operate 5,000 ton of plant, single farmer. So because of size, the technology, machinery, knowledge he has, he can use and he can grow better cane or economical cane. Normally, many factory has a land where they grow own cane. So it is in-house cane also. The pricing of cane, when you buy cane from the third party, which is maybe about 30% of the whole production, it decided by the revenue sharing formula. Every month, the average price of ethanol, sugar will be considered, and every state will have indexation. If price is low, index will reduce. Price is high, index will go up. So next month, the farmer will get paid ad hocly by this indexation, and end of the year, when year closes, you will get the complement if price goes up, or it doesn't get nothing because price did not go up. So farmer has a shareholding or stakes in pricing and selling price. If your industry is doing very well above the average, is better yield, better yield recovery, so after indexation, you have more margin than others. If your performance is poor, recovery is lower, yield is low, you are not producing quality product, so your revenue will reduce and health will reduce. So 90% of Brazil energy consumed from the agri sector, they are more in hydroelectrical power. Brazil reduces only 0.8% of the land to produce sugarcane because it is only produced in central south. This is, we shall talk about the cane. Industry is very standard industry. Let's talk about the marketing, how market is done. So industry is free to sell is ethanol anywhere to anyone. There is no control from the government. Neither quantitative nor price. It's a purely demand supply. So if you go to market, there is a bid. There is obviously the indexation on the index. You can refer that, but that doesn't make anything. So if you see typically a petrol pump in a day, you have that kind of display which I am showing here. It has the price of top price is 4.29 is the ethanol price, and 6.39 is the petrol price. The two variety of petrol like we have, but it is 27% blended, and diesel is 7.49. So diesel is more expensive than petrol many days. So market is independent to anything. They are free to sell anything, any quantity, and to anyone. If there is a higher production, the price will drop down. If production is lower, the price will improve. So how they control this price? So when price drop down, typically industry will look at its profitability on that day, and they will decide, okay, today ethanol price is low, let's forget the ethanol. Today let's produce a little more sugar. So then reduce producing ethanol some days till the price goes up again. Or some of the industry has who is cash rich, they try to store the ethanol during the season and try to sell during off season where the price become better. So normally, if you can see the historical, for the education purpose only, historically the price of ethanol has been increasing. They have three phases. One is the little bit control phases, perhaps we are here. Then slowly they deregulated the sector, and 2003 after that they make it free, no more control. So ethanol has a indirect control on pricing because there is a parity between ethanol and petrol. If petrol price drop down, ethanol price also move in tandem. So ethanol price may also drop down. This is a comparative chart of sugar and ethanol pricing in Brazil. You can see this keep on changing. That what I said is flexi production facilities. If the price of ethanol goes down, we produce more sugar, and vice versa. So many years we can see the ethanol price is better than sugar, and many years it is lower than sugar. The Brazil industry is working on this new avenues like biogas, biomethanation, hydrogen. Biogas obviously is a very standard production process now. Biomethane is also, and they are also working on 2G. Ethanol, Ryzen already installed about 100 kiloliter per day plant producing from bagasse. And they already sanctioned 4 more plants, 250 KL from 2G only. But still, the economics, the capex, selling price is a challenge. But as we know, technology come up with expense, but slowly, you know the solution, you find some solution, you make it cheaper, and finally adopt it. So what India should do about ethanol? So what we do, we continue to have the commercial control on ethanol to sugar pricing, where government control ethanol price, not the sugar price. So when the price goes up in tandem with the FRP or cane price, so you tend to produce more ethanol and tend to produce less sugar. So industry has to now start balancing themselves. If everybody start thinking, oh, I will not make ethanol, let this person make the ethanol, he will make the ethanol, I should not make, then thing lot gets resolved. Later sooner, we should quickly switch over to at least 40% of diversion of sugar to ethanol. And when your diversion become full, complete, the sugar price automatically goes up. You need not to control the sugar price. So reduce the supplied sugar to the market as market need, not as you produce. Today what we do, we produce, we sell. No. Let's see the market, how much sugar market want, 270. Keep 270 for the market, remaining should go to ethanol. And everybody must do it. Not only some person does, one company does, one state does. No, it doesn't going to solve the problem. We should have more technology transfer on ethanol production. It may be 1G, 2G, because many industry I see is still struggling to have the full technical efficiency in ethanol production. So these industries should come out and learn from the industry of doing better, or may try to get the technology from outside. As we producing more ethanol, there will be challenge like sugar. Oil industry will say, okay, I want 12 months ethanol, not 6 months. You are producing 6 months, why should I wait? I take everything 6 months. So then I think our options would be there. Then we need to store more of B heavy, molasses, C molasses. You club all distilleries or sugar factories put together, make one distillery operating during off crop. We will find some solution. But I am sure that when the commercial is viable, investment will come, solution will come. When no viability, economic is not there, nobody does anything. But there is a money, somebody will invest for that. Then fair pricing of ethanol. Ethanol should move in tandem with the sugarcane price. Whatever you do, either SAP or FRP, this should all be moving in tandem with that. That only ensure that ethanol is produced and sugar diverted to that. Possible deregulation of ethanol production and pricing. Yeah, I think it's too early, but finally it's going to happen later sooner. We have to push automobile industry to have flexi fuel, but before going to that, let's gear up to produce that quantity we need. We need 700 crore liter immediately for 20%, or maybe 800 crore liter. Or if petrol consumption goes up, demand go to 1,000 crore also. Let's start producing that, but at the same time, parallelly, it should happen the industry, the automobile industry should be able to take that ethanol. And wherever the state having more higher production, I think we should try 20% they are blending, so that the transportation ethanol, which is uneconomical activity, doesn't solve any problem, because you are producing ethanol and using diesel to transport it. It's a waste of energy. So any state which produces more ethanol, if the state can go 20%, so that ethanol need not be transported. A state like Maharashtra, Karnataka, UP, they need not transport ethanol. So that could be another thought process where states having higher production should have 20% blending quickly and consumption remain there only. Obviously, desire to have 100% ethanol, but I don't know how long it could happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensively covered. And all aspects. All aspects covered very comprehensively. So basically, I have two queries. Let me start the discussion. Because you have very closely watched Brazilian ethanol sector, and this is one country where ethanol blending program has successfully been established, and everybody is trying to emulate that. In Indian conditions, as far as policy framework is concerned, you have very nicely covered, very clearly articulated that what Government of India needs to follow. I have two related questions. One, because in Brazil, on two areas, one on storage of input as well as output, there is less capex as compared to Indian condition. Secondly, on this pollution control, basically slope treatment. Those boilers are also not there. Therefore, our industry, in our distilleries, lot of capex is involved. This is higher capex than Brazil. Is there any practical suggestion which can be implemented over here, which is legally compliant, of course? So can something be done, or is there any suggestion for technology providers that they should explore further research, further technological advancement in these two areas? This is one. Second is this flexi-fuel vehicle. Though Government of India has already formulated this policy, but in your view, this program is clearly established over there, and in India also is following that up. So besides this particular aspect, is there any other suggestion which Government of India need to adopt to push this ethanol blending program? This is certainly one area, because consumption is the mother of all businesses. And if consumption is there, automatically everything is taken care of. So is there any other focus area which you need to mention very specifically as far as policy framework?
About first point, effluent treatment in Brazil, as I said earlier also, is very simple over there. Water vinasse come out of distilleries is used as a fertilizer in the farms. Why it is possible? Two reasons. The farms are normally owned by the mills. So there is no third party involved. Secondly, it is allowed by the law. So no prohibition from the government side. I think very interesting point I'll like to share, which maybe not related right now. The farmers in Brazil are not allowed to draw water from the river or from the bore well. They can't draw it. So all cane crop depend upon the rainwater. So in India, I think, though we have been breaking our head with the policy maker about use of vinasse as a fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, but somehow this has been so misused by us in the past, the door of the negotiation has closed. But nevertheless, as we are heading for the bumper production of ethanol, from 400, 200 crore to 400, 400, 600, 600, 800 crore, effluent will become an important point to be handled. And if, like Brazil, we also allow in India fertigation, which is good for the farmer, good for the crop, under the proper supervision, that the potash level in the soil should not go up. Don't use the same farm every year using the same spraying. But this is a long battle we have to fight, and perhaps one day we should start. The Brazil have a traditionally high tankerage of ethanol. Reason is that there is a high arbitrage during season price than off-season price. Everybody knows that during off-crop period, ethanol price will go up because there is no tankage by the oil companies. They don't have any tankage. There is no oil company per se actually. There is only one Petrobras. So this tankage is like a oil refinery tankage we need to build up. And we had to live with almost, say, 3 months without any production. And it's like a everyday sell everything, you get the money. Tomorrow I want to pay someone 10 million, what I'll do? I'll sell the ethanol tomorrow. I need to pay 1 million to someone, I'll pay ethanol tomorrow. So it's easy. So storage has to be there in Brazil system, but in India system we don't need the storage. About the policy framework, I think, as I said, the state who are producing more ethanol should consume more ethanol. And one solution could be convert the two-wheelers into 100% ethanol vehicle. Two-wheeler consume a lot of petrol. It's not a small amount. It should be. It's more than the car actually. I seen some data somewhere. They say that 70% petrol consumed by two-wheeler, not by four-wheelers. And conversion two-wheeler will be very easy. If we convert two-wheeler to 100% flexi car or 100% ethanol, and imagine factory producing ethanol, there's a pump outside. All two-wheeler are using that ethanol. The type of saving of it, diesel is enormous. You do what you do. You produce ethanol, put a tanker. Ethanol go to somewhere in the center place, blend there, then come back again to you. Kolhapur, Vadala, Kolhapur, Belgaum. What fun you're doing? This need to be cut down.
Thank you, Vijayendra. Thank you for a comprehensive review of this ethanol. But I differ on one point, that Brazilian model cannot be replicated in India. You know, I have gone with you also to Brazil. I have seen it closely so far. What happened? The farms are large farms owned by the industry. A farmer cannot afford to cultivate, even if he is having 10,000 hectares of land, and there is no control of anybody on that farm. No irrigation, hardly any fertigation, only planting, and after 10, 11 years harvesting.